All right, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the December 2020 meeting of the Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders in Newborns and Children. I'm Dr. Cynthia Powell, the committee chair. To start the meeting, we will begin by taking roll, followed by a few items of committee business. All right, for the roll, representing the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, Kamala Mistry.
Here.
May Baker.
Sorry, here.
Kyle Brothers.
Here.
Jane DeLuca. I saw you earlier, Jane. Oh, you're muted. I see, she's waving her hand, okay. From the CDC, Carla Cuthbert.
I'm here.
From FDA, Kelly Kelm.
Here.
From HRSA, Michael Warren.
Here.
Committee member Sean McCandless.
Here.
From NIH, Melissa Parisi.
Here.
I'm here. Committee member Anna Marie Saarinen.
Here.
And committee member Scott Schoen.
Here.
Now for the organizational representatives, from the American Academy of Family Physicians, Robert Ostrander.
Here.
From the AAP, Deborah Friedenberg.
Here.
From the American College of Medical Genetics, Max Munke.
I'm here.
From the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, Stephen Ralston. From the Association of Maternal and Child Health Programs, Jed Miller. From the Association of Public Health Laboratories, Susan Tanksley.
Here.
From the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials, Chris Kuss. From the Association of Women's Health and Obstetric and Neonatal Nurses, Shakira Henderson.
Here.
Child Neurology Society, Jennifer Kwan.
Here.
Department of Defense, Jacob Hogue.
Here.
From the Genetic Alliance, Natasha Bonham.
Here.
March of Dimes, Sean Dolan.
Here.
Kate Walsh-Fockley from the NSGC will not be able to join us today due to clinic responsibilities. From the Society for Inherited Metabolic Disorders, Georgianne Arnold. Okay. All right, now I'm going to turn things over to our DFO, Mia Morrison.
Thank you, Dr. Powell. And PSA, could you advance to the next slide? Next. Thank you. So I have standard reminders to the committee that I would like to go over. I want to remind the committee members that as a committee, we are advisory to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, not to the Congress. Go back one slide, please. Thank you. For anyone associated with the committee or due to your membership on the committee, if you receive inquiries, please let Dr. Powell and I know prior to committing to an interview about the committee. I also must remind committee members that you must recuse yourself from participation in all particular matters likely to affect the financial interests of any organization with which you serve as an officer, director, trustee, or general partner, unless you are also an employee of the organization or unless you've received a waiver from HHS authorizing you to participate. When a vote is scheduled or an activity is proposed and you have a question about a potential conflict of interest, please notify me immediately. Next slide, please. So according to FACA, all committee meetings are open to the public. If the public wish to participate in the discussion, the procedures for doing so are published in the Federal Register and or announced at the opening of a meeting. for this particular meeting, we said that there would be a period of public comment. Only with advanced approval of the chair or the DFO, public participants may question committee members or other presenters. Public participants may submit written statements. Also, public participants should be advised that committee members are given copies of all written statements submitted to the public. And we do state this in the FRN as well as the registration website. Any further public participation will be solely at the discretion of the chair or the DFO. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. And Dr. Powell, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mia. Before we begin today's presentations and discussions, the committee has several items to address. First of all, I'd like to announce that Dr. Shakira Henderson will be replacing Dr. Jacqueline Ricknowski as the new organizational representative from the Association of Women's Health, Obstetric, and Neonatal Nurses, or AWON. Dr. Henderson is a hospital-based nurse researcher, health educator, certified neonatal nurse, and founder and senior system administrator of the Vidant Health Center for Research and Grants in North Carolina. She will be assuming the role of Vice President Research Officer at UNC Health in December 2020. Dr. Henderson holds dual doctoral degrees, PhD and DNP, as well as master's degrees in public health, anatomical sciences, and advanced nursing practice with a subspecialization in nursing education. Dr. Henderson's expertise in the innovative application of research and nursing practice to increase generation of research from the bedside and expedite translation of evidence into practice is reflected in her receipt of numerous regional, state, and national awards for leadership, teaching excellence, public health advocacy, nursing practice, mentorship, and innovation. Dr. Henderson serves as an elected member and neonatal expert on the national board of the Association of Women's Health, Obstetric, and Neonatal Nurses. We are very excited to welcome you, Dr. Henderson, and thank you to Dr. Ricknowski for your service to the committee. Next, as noted at the August 2020 meeting, the committee received a nomination package for MPS II Hunter syndrome. HRSA is in the process of conducting the initial review, and we will keep the committee apprised of next steps. Due to an administrative correction, as a matter of procedure, the committee must revote on the September 2019 minutes. Committee members and organizational representatives received a draft of the September 2019 minutes to review. We received no new edits. Are there any additions or corrections before we vote? All right, hearing none, we'll proceed to asking the voting members of the committee to state whether they vote yes, no, or abstain. May Baker.
Yes.
Kyle Brothers.
Yes.
Carla Cuthbert.
Yes.
Jane DeLuca.
Yes.
Kelly Kelm.
Yes. Yes.
Sean McCandless, since you were not present for that meeting, Sean, we have you abstaining. Kamala Mistry.
Yes.
Melissa Parisi.
Yes.
I vote yes. Anna Marie Saarinen.
Yes.
Scott Schoen.
Yes.
And Michael Warren.
Yes.
All right, receiving all yeses from those members present and able to vote, those minutes have been approved. All right, next, the committee members and organizational representatives received a draft of the August 2020 minutes to review. HRSA incorporated the edits we received and disseminated an updated version to the committee. Are there any additions or corrections before we vote on the August 2020 minutes? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and ask the eligible committee members to vote for approval of the August 2020 minutes. May Baker,
Yes.
Kyle Brothers,
Yes.
Carla Cuthbert,
Yes.
Jane DeLuca,
Yes.
Kelly Kelm was not present at that meeting, so we have you abstaining, Kelly. Sean McCandless,
Yes.
Kamala Mistry,
Yes.
Melissa Parisi,
Yes.
I vote yes. Anna Marie Saarinen,
Yes.
Scott Schoen,
Yes.
and Michael Warren.
Yes.
All right, those minutes are approved. Thank you all. In August, the committee received presentations on 2 reports: assessing values as part of the Newborn Screening Committee's evidence review process and the review of newborn screening timeliness. Dr. Kemper and Lamb have incorporated feedback from the discussions into both reports, and committee members were provided with final drafts in the briefing book. So for today, our meeting topics are as follows. First, the committee will vote on whether or not to approve the final report on the review of newborn screening implementation for spinal muscular atrophy. Next, Dr. Kemper will give a presentation on newborn screening decision-making criteria and the decision matrix. After Dr. Kemper's presentation, I'll lead a committee discussion on ways to update the current decision matrix. The committee received 3 requests for public comment. Dylan Simon from the Every Life Foundation will provide an update on the 2nd newborn screening boot camp. Stephen Holland will discuss newborn screening for mucopolysaccharidosis and mucolipidosis. And finally, Ryan Colburn will provide a statement in support of expanding access to de-identified newborn screening data to accelerate research for Pompe and other rare diseases. In the afternoon, Dr. Kemper will present on the review of newborn screening implementation for added RUSP conditions: SCID, critical congenital heart disease, Pompe disease, MPS 1, and X-linked adrenoleukodystrophy. For our last presentation, we'll hear from a panel on the newborn screening and genomic medicine and public health program. I'll now turn it back over to Mia, who will provide guidance for participating on the webinar. Mia?
Thank you, Dr. Powell. Next slide, please. So for members of the public, audio will come through your speakers, so please make sure to have your computer speakers turned on. If you can't access audio through the computer, you may dial into the meeting using the telephone number in the email with your Zoom link. This meeting will not have a chat feature, but we do have the public comment period scheduled later today. For committee members and organizational representatives, audio will come from your computer as well, and you will be able to speak using your computer microphone. If you can't access the audio microphone through your computer, you may need to dial into the meeting, also using the telephone number in the email with your user-specific Zoom link. Please speak clearly and remember to state your first and last name to ensure proper recording for the committee transcript and minutes. The chair will call on committee members and then organizational representatives. In order to better facilitate the discussion, committee members and org reps should use the raise hand feature when you would like to make comments or ask questions. You may find the raised hand feature by clicking on the participant icon and choosing raised hand. Please note that depending on your device or operating system, the raised hand feature may be in a different location. And to troubleshoot, please consult the webinar instructions in your briefing book. Thank you, Dr. Powell. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. First on our agenda, the committee will vote on whether or not to approve the review of newborn screening implementation for spinal muscular atrophy final report. If the committee votes to approve, I will submit the report to the secretary on behalf of the committee, and the report will be posted to the committee website. As you may recall, in February 2018, the committee voted to recommend to the Secretary of Health and Human Services to expand the RUSP to include the addition of SMA due to homozygous deletion of exon 7 and survival motor neuron 1. In July 2018, the committee was notified that the Secretary had accepted the committee's recommendation and requested a report, quote, describing the status of implementing newborn screening for SMA and clinical outcomes of early treatment, including any potential harms for infants diagnosed with SMA. In collaboration with subject matter experts, Dr. Kemper, Dr. Ream, and Dr. Lamb have developed a report detailing states' experiences with implementation of screening for SMA and its impact on newborns who are diagnosed with the condition. In August, the committee received a presentation from Dr. Kemper and reviewed the report. Since then, feedback from committee members and organizational representatives has been incorporated, and a final draft was included in the December briefing book. Thank you to all who provided input on the revised draft. The final version includes the following substantive changes. In August of 2020, risperidone was approved to treat adults and children with SMA who are 2 months of age and older. The report now clarifies that testing for SMN2 copy number requires a separate assay, and assessing for SMN2 copy numbers was pulled into its own subsection within the report, and additional details were added, including that at least that some newborn screening programs are using a droplet digital PCR method report to report SMN2 copy number. Dr. Kemper and I will now take any questions or comments from committee members, but before I open the floor for questions, I'd like to introduce Dr. Kemper. Alex Kemper is the Division Chief of Ambulatory Pediatrics at Nationwide Children's Hospital and Professor of Pediatrics at The Ohio State University College of Medicine. He completed his pediatric residency training at Duke University, followed by combined fellowship training in health services research and medical informatics with residency training in preventive medicine at the University of North Carolina. Dr. Kemper served as a member of the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force from 2014 through 2018. In 2011, Dr. Kemper joined the executive editorial board of the journal Pediatrics and developed a new section for the journal focusing on quality improvement. In 2013, he was appointed deputy editor of Pediatrics. All right, so now I'll open it up for a committee discussion. First, we'll take committee member comments first, followed by those from organizational representatives. As a reminder, please use the raised hand feature. I'll call on you in order of when you raised your hand. And let's see, first I see, I'm sorry if I don't get all of these in order. I see Scott Schoen.
Thank you, Dr. Powell. So I apologize for missing this on the first review and seeing it over the holiday reading. I would like to request a small tweak to the summary, the first paragraph in the summary and conclusions. It currently states, SMA screening does not require new equipment or expertise. And that actually contradicts with page 11, which says requires little to no additional equipment or expertise. I think it should match that, because the reality is a lot of newborn screening programs and laboratories have had to upgrade their SCID equipment to accommodate the addition of SMA. And I fear that saying it does not require new equipment will tie the hands of programs who have yet to to add or who are currently advocating to add and requesting potential funds for equipment. So I would like that sentence to be revised to say SMA screening requires little to no additional equipment, to reflect that there are some needs that need to be addressed in our programs around the country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for catching that. All right, any other comments from committee members? If not, we'll open it up to organizational representatives. All right, I'm not seeing any. Okay, let me. All right, we'll go through requesting the members of the committee to vote to whether or not to approve this or abstain. The final report for the SMA. All right, do I have a motion to approve the report first?
I move we accept the report. This is Sean McCandless.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
A second. This is Kamala Mystery.
All right, now we'll go through the roster, whether or not to vote for approval or abstain. May Baker,
Approve.
Kyle Brothers,
Approve.
Carla Cuthbert,
Approve.
Jane DeLuca,
Approve.
Kelly Kelm,
Approve.
Sean McCandless,
Approve.
Kamala Mystery,
Approve.
Melissa Parisi,
Approve.
I approve. Anna Marie Saarinen,
Approve.
Scott Schoen,
Approve.
and Michael Warren.
Approve.
All right, so the committee has voted to approve the SMA report with the change mentioned by Dr. Schoen. All right. Our next presentation is a continuation of the committee's work to review the condition, nomination, evidence review, and decision-making processes. In August, Dr. Kemper presented an overview of the analysis of the evidence review process and strategies to better inform the committee's deliberations and decisions, including methodologies and strategies for assessing stakeholder values and preferences in newborn screening decision-making. Today, Dr. Kemper will present on newborn screening decision-making criteria and the matrix. Afterwards, we'll have a discussion. As you listen to Dr. Kemper's presentation, please keep the following questions in mind. Are there components of the decision matrix that need clarification? How should the committee approach a B rating? Should the matrix include additional guidance? Should cost data be considered as part of state readiness or feasibility? If so, what cost data could be included? If a condition were to be removed, how would the matrix be used in that process? Dr. Kemper, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Powell. So I want to frame the presentation I'm going to make about the decision matrix with just a couple of observations. The first is that making decisions about which things to recommend for the to be included in the RUSP is challenging. There are a lot of complex issues that need to be considered. And later this afternoon, I'm going to be recapping a prior presentation about what we've learned after things have been added to the RUSP. And I think it's important to recognize what a tremendous success this work has been. But again, making these decisions about which things to recommend for the RUSP is really quite challenging. And the fact that the committee is taking a detailed look again at the matrix doesn't mean that the matrix itself doesn't work, but I think that it's important as any group moves forward to continue to look back at its processes. I've served on many other evidence review committees, and what I've learned is that this kind of critical appraisal is really important, but the fact that one needs to take a critical look at how decisions are made does not mean that any of the prior decisions have been wrong. It just reflects how complicated these issues are and how there's always opportunity to clarify the decision-making process. So I'm really happy that the advisory committee has decided to continue to look at this again. And what I'm going to do over the next little bit is just to recap the history of the matrix and how it's been used, and really tee things up for Dr. Powell to lead a conversation about the matrix. Certainly this isn't, it's not the first conversation about the matrix, it's not the last conversation about the matrix. And I think that there's just tremendous value in doing this. So I really appreciate this opportunity. Next slide, please. So again, the objectives today are for this talk are to talk about the development and use of the decision matrix and really guide where the advisory committee would like changes in the matrix. Next slide. So there was a report that was published back in 2014, which seems like several lifetimes ago now, in Genetics and Medicine, that outlined the decision matrix as it stands now. I'd refer back to anybody who wants more detailed information about how the matrix was developed to look at this report. Next slide, please. So this is the decision matrix, and it's complex, and again, I think that reflects the complexity of the decision-making process. The first step, and I should say that everything is really developed to help inform the decision matrix, from the nomination process through the various components of the evidence review, leading up to the discussion around where a condition might fall in the matrix. And we will continue to refine our approach to match whatever future iterations of the decision matrix looks like. But I just want to put it out there that really our job in the evidence review process is to tee things up to make it easier for the deliberations that have to happen around the decision matrix. So the first step in the way to think about this is the systematic review of the evidence that allows the advisory committee to debate about issues related to the net benefit of screening on outcomes. And the net benefit can be classified into a significant benefit, so where it's clear that the benefits outweigh the harms. It could be small to zero, so things could be sort of evenly weighed. It could be negative, meaning that the potential harms really outweigh the benefits, or the evidence could be so uncertain that you can't judge whether or not there's the degree to which there's a net benefit. So along with determining whether or not there's the degree of benefits and harms, there's issues of the certainty of the evidence. So how clear is the evidence? Are there questions about whether or not new studies might actually change the degree to which you think that there's the relative balance of benefit and harm? The next step then is related to the readiness of the of newborn screening programs to implement the condition and screening for the condition and the feasibility as well. And so, as you can see on the slide, readiness can be considered, you know, prime time, ready to go. Developmental, meaning that more time and resources are needed to get going, or programs could be unprepared. At the same time, the advisory committee has debated issues of readiness, issues of feasibility have come into play, which we've teased out into higher, moderate versus low. And so you can see how that depending upon where you think the where the advisory committee places the net benefit and certainty and readiness and feasibility, you can end up in one of these boxes that can help guide the future decisions. Now, if the evidence is moderate or the advisory committee deems benefits to be small to zero or negative, you can see that the issues of readiness and feasibility at the within the newborn screening programs is of less relevance. And again, all these things are tied to letters and numbers to help with the communication. Next slide, please. So they're just, again, some observations that I want to make based on prior experience with this. So there's always going to be uncertainty. It's just the nature of issues of newborn screening that there's always going to be some degree of uncertainty. Next slide, please. There is this sentence in the publication that I'd like to read. A B rating of the evidence indicates moderate certainty that screening would lead to significant net benefit. The term moderate indicates that the advisory committee believes that further research could change the magnitude or direction of findings such that the assessment of net benefit would be small to zero or negative. So in the original publication, the thing that separates an A from a B is tied to whether or not, you know, the evidence might flip based on might flip related to net benefit based on future research. Next slide, please. So in that document, we stated that a A1 or A2 would lead to recommendation to the RUSC. An A3 or A4, again, this gets to the degree to which newborn screening programs are ready to implement things or issues of feasibility, would be at the discretion of the advisory committee, and a B, C, D, or L wouldn't be recommended to the RUSC, that the advisory committee would then provide guidance regarding research needs. Now, again, remember that this document was put together in 2014, and since then there's been a lot of experience with the with using the matrix. So I'm going to talk to you about where conditions have fallen off. Just because there's been a deviation from the report that was written before there was experience with it, again, doesn't mean that the matrix itself doesn't work. It just means that this is a natural evolution in the process. Next slide, please. So this slide lists the decision matrix and the subsequent recommendations, along with where the consensus was in terms of where the condition was on the matrix, and then the recommendations to the RUSC. And along with the vote by the advisory committee. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I'll leave it up there for a second so you can look at it. But I just like to point out that there have been some conditions that the advisory committee placed in the B category that were ultimately recommended to the advisory committee. The NAs, of course, preceded the use of the decision matrix. I'll just let you look at that for 1 second before moving on. Okay, next slide, please. So before I turn things back over to Dr. Powell, I just want to point out that refining these kinds of processes is normal and expected. And so just to help frame this again, these are picture of Darwin's finches from the Galapagos, each of which is, over millennia, become uniquely situated to its particular environment. When we first put together the matrix, a lot of this was adopted from the process used by the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, and I think it's been helpful. But I also think that we're, like Darwin's finches, going to continue to evolve, and I think that the conversation we're about to have is going to be really, really helpful in thinking through this process. And I strongly suspect that this will lead to changes in the matrix. And at some future time, not too long from now, we'll be revisiting this again and continuing to refine this. Again, this is a natural and good and expected process. So with that, I'll hand things back over to Dr. Powell.
Thank you, Dr. Kemper. Can we, oh, they're there. So I'd like to use the remaining time to explore if there are any ways to strengthen the decision matrix. Again, here are a few specific questions I'd like to pose for your consideration. Are there components of the matrix that need clarification? How should the committee approach a B rating? Should the matrix include additional guidance? Should cost data be considered as part of state readiness or feasibility? If so, what cost data could be included? If a condition were to be removed, how would the matrix be used in that process? So first we'll take questions or comments from the committee members, followed by the organizational representatives. And please raise your hand. Okay, not seeing any from committee members at this time. So first, Dr. Ostrander.
Yeah, so looking this over, I wonder if, and I think this is part of this evolution thing that Alex mentioned, I wonder if we should have a more scalar representation of certainty as opposed to just high, moderate, and low, and if that wouldn't help with some of these B things, as opposed to just those three boxes. I would suggest that might be considered, and whether you want to use scalar for some of the other things, I don't feel as strongly about that in terms of the readiness and preparedness and so on and so forth. But I think some of this certainty stuff would be helpful if it were more scalar, because it would help with these nuanced decisions when things are kind of right on the cusp, especially with those, as you said, with those B ratings. And there's always going to be a subtext during the conversation as to what's affecting that rating. And but that would be my one thought. Condition would be removed. I think the matrix could easily be incorporated very much the way it is, perhaps with a scalar for the high, moderate, and low net benefit for removing things. And I just think we should have we should implement a process as a committee about when to investigate things. I mean, would we nominate things to be removed because a bunch of experts in our group are beginning to question it? Should we periodically have a subgroup that reviews things and sees if anything more than 5 years out or 10 years out should be sunsetted? I mean, that's how we do things at the Medical Society of the State of New York does with all of their policies, is every 10 years there's a small group that looks and at least comments about whether something should be sunsetted. But I do think we should have a process that's organized as opposed to just ad hoc looking at things. Maybe we should pull that off the panel. So those are my two comments.
Thank you. All right, next, Jed Miller.
Yes, hello. This is Jed Miller, Association of Maternal and Child Health Programs. My comment is somewhat related to what Dr. Ostrander said, in that just wondering if the concept of net benefit needs any clarification, or potential expansion. Don't mean to overly formalize it, but I think, there might be a tendency to think about net benefit in somewhat of a unidimensional fashion, where it's either, there's an arrow up and an arrow down perhaps, and where's the balance there? Just wondering if there's any, from Dr. Kemper or anybody, thoughts about if the benefits, versus the risks are skewed towards different populations, for instance, if, based on, say, race, ethnicity, geography, and other such factors, wondering if there are disparities there, how do we handle that? And acknowledging that maybe the research is not mature enough to be able to discern that, but just wondering if there's any thoughts about, I'm wondering whether or not just that concept of net benefit, and thinking about how granular we're able to, to appreciate what's going on is, and just wondering if that might be helpful, including for cases where it's borderline. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Bonham.
Good morning, and thank you. Natasha Bonham with Genetic Alliance. I have a couple of comments that relate to some things that have been said. So one is, I agree, I think really determining, are there phrases in this work that we need to go back and make sure that everyone has the same definition or is working from that same definition, particularly net benefits, as was just discussed, as that is something that is looked and perceived at differently depending which stakeholders you are involving in that discussion. So that's one point. My second point is for question number 4 about removing conditions. I think that may warrant a separate conversation to determine what would that process be, what would need to go into that process, and then determine, okay, does this matrix fit, or would the committee need to create something different? So for me, it's a little bit hard to answer that question without really exploring, well, what would that mean to remove a condition, and how feasible is that, since I don't think we've had a lot of conversation openly about that in a very tangible way. And then lastly, and I don't think anyone will be surprised hearing me say this, is I hope that after or parallel to these discussions about the matrix and how it can or could be clarified, that then we also really clarify how that information is communicated out to the public. Oftentimes the questions that I get from patient advocacy groups and even industry representatives and anyone who's trying to get into newborn screening and understand what's going on is really, okay, so how closely does the committee stick to that matrix? What are the, how many conditions that have been recommended and added to the rest have gotten an A1 compared to an A2, that kind of information in terms of how the matrix has been applied and useful. So I think if down the line we can think about, if we clarify anything that needs to be clarified through this process, how we will communicate that out to the different stakeholders that are interested. And kind of to go along with that, to also have really a clear sense of all the different roles of people who are part of this. So I think it was the last meeting or maybe the meeting before that, Dr. Kemper did a great job kind of saying like where he saw his role in all of this and his team's role, and not saying that that has to be set in stone or not, but I thought that was very helpful. And again, thinking, how do we get that information really out there? I don't know if that's through the website or what. I think there are plenty of people who can think about that, but just wanting to make sure that the discussion leads to clarification and communication out to the public and newborn screening stakeholders.
If I could just jump in, there are two really interesting themes that are important that I just want to make sure don't get lost. And one of them is this issue of net benefit. It would be helpful for us to be able to address better, I think, in that benefits and harms accrue to different people. Right, so like harms of false positives versus the infants that are going to benefit from early detection, and I think that there's an opportunity for us to think through that more, and I think that's a theme that's come up in all the comments. And then the other thing is related to the degree to which the advisory committee thinks that the matrix should be prescriptive. So if you end up, in a certain, box and whatever the matrix might look like in the future, does that directly translate to what the advisory committee recommends, or is where the advisory committee ends up on a matrix just a tool to use for deliberation, a deliberation tool versus a prescriptive sort of thing?
Okay, May Baker.
Hi, this is May Baker, committee member. My comment is actually follow up the discussion and more emphasize on the number 4. So generally speaking, I would think the principle should be the same in terms of adding on and remove. The reason is because over the course you learned, things evolved, certain things you didn't know, now you know. So I would thinking in terms of review the logistical, yes, we need to develop a new one, but I would say both regular review, like every 5-10 years, and so you don't miss anything. And sometimes I think should allow the ad hoc too. The reason is if certain things screening do harm, you don't want to wait the scheduled time. And also I think we need just like a nomination condition, almost everybody should be able to nominate condition be removed. But important things, you have a process, you have evidence. I think that's, to me, I think I really like the idea, all the conditions, if feasible, every 5 also years we should review it. For example, you look at that SMA was defined as a B2. I'm just curious, if we do today, is it still B2? So I think things evolved, we should allow ourselves learn more and update what we learned, and recording that should be good practice.
Melissa Parisi.
Thank you. This is Melissa Parisi from NIH. And just to follow on, I think both what Alex was talking about and May, I think the matrix, and this is my opinion and others may not share it, I think the matrix should not be prescriptive, but should really provide some general guidance. And the reasons for my saying that are really twofold. One of them is that I'm not sure we are really that great at predicting the relative success of screening when we're doing the evidence review process. I mean, I think we do the best we can, and obviously it's very carefully considered and the process is very rigorous. But if you look at that table that May was just referring to, I guess it's 2 slides prior to this one. And, in particular, we were not terribly enthusiastic if you look at the matrix rating for SMA of a B2. And in fact, I think most people would agree that that has been a successful screening approach. And I think one of the reasons for it getting a B2 ranking in part was related to the timing of the evidence review and the fact that much of the supportive evidence was in the process of being published, but was, included in some abstracts at various meetings. And, I think that made people uncomfortable because it didn't have the weight of having undergone a rigorous peer review process. And that leads me to my second point. I think given the timelines that we're working under for considering conditions, I think a lot of the data are likely to fall into more of a moderate type range, a B category range in the future. And I think that's going to lead to some intrinsic uncertainty. And at some level, the committee has to weigh whether they feel that the general evidence of the general likelihood of benefit from the evidence as available is unlikely to be overturned or to be reversed, such that they feel comfortable with recommending a condition be added to the RUSP. So for those reasons, I really think that the matrix is incredibly valuable, but I'd hate for it to be completely prescriptive as originally designed, because I think that there's so much fluidity to some of these decisions, and the strength of the evidence is somewhat variable depending on the timing of when we're reviewing it.
Thank you. Carla Cuthbert.
Hi, thank you so much. This is Carla Cuthbert here. please excuse me if I'm repeating myself or if I didn't hear some of the comments. My internet is a little dodgy. But I just wanted to, again, I really support a lot of what has been said previously. And when some of our CDC folks got together, I think that we'd just like to support two points or so. Again, I think in agreeing with Melissa that we're going to be struggling more so with the B category. I think the A category, when we look at it, we'll to some extent we'll know it, we'll see it, and I don't know that that would be a whole lot of there would be a whole lot of, I don't want to say discussion, but that will not be our problem area. We're really going to be struggling a whole lot with the B category. So we were wondering whether or not there would be benefit in sort of expanding the B section. I know that you've expanded the A section of the matrix, but I think that there would be benefit to actually making some of these sections a little bit more explicit. So that we really see and understand and have a better idea, when you were talking about that evolution process, Alex, I think that we really do need to have that broken out a little bit more so that we can really see what we're wrestling with, so that when we take another look at this in another few years, we would be able to say we have moved forward from that discussion and so on. So that was one of the things that we thought about. I think on the addressing question 4, because I think that this goes hand in hand. And I know that when we think about something being removed, it always feels as if there's a huge negative connotation. I remember some of our states saying, hey, if we add something to the RUSP in our state, it's going to be super difficult to remove it in any consequence. So we were thinking more along the lines of what I think May mentioned this as well, having a periodic review where it is an expectation that we're going to take another look at a number of these conditions. We want to be able to clean up our perspective or what we think of the RUSP. There may be conditions that maybe don't bear as much evidence anymore of being on the RUSP. Perhaps there are some secondary conditions that we may have more evidence right now that could move up to being a primary, and vice versa. So I think that perhaps if we name it differently and just indicate that it is a periodic review, it's something that we're doing. We've been doing this for many years now. Let's take a look at refining what we're doing, call it by a slightly different name, and reassess much of this information. And again, we can take a look at the different types of hemoglobinopathies and all of these other things and decide whether or not we need to classify them a little differently and so on. But I think it bears in mind just noting that and making it just part of our regular process where, again, I don't want to speak for HRSA here, but maybe we should have maybe an annual review of a specific condition or two, and just see where we are, get some information of where we are, and have that be built into our process.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's not all we discussed, but I think I'll stop now.
Scott Schoen.
So if you indulge me a second, this might be a little rambling because I'm just sort of thinking about responding to colleagues who have commented so far. And I agree with Melissa and Carl around the B section and the challenges ahead. And, the sort of the quote, the easy stuff's been done, even though we're finding that what was previously thought to be easy now presents some continuing ongoing challenges. But I have great concerns, and I think we're seeing this in several of the disorders that either were in the B category, or if we went back and looked at them, might have been in the B when they were initially reviewed, is that we've transitioned, and Beth Tarini and Aaron Goldenberg and I talked a lot about this over time, is, newborn screening was thought to sort of address the diagnostic odyssey, but we tend to be creating some sort of treatment or prognostic odyssey now of where do we go with these more complex disorders. And I think you see it in the SMA report. I don't disagree that there's more data now, but there's even more questions. I mean, now we're seeing clinical labs that are having challenges accurately coming up with SMN2, and we have states that have added it and still have trouble finding or having access to care. And so, I guess there are there are even bigger questions, and I think the matrix and the public health systems impact currently gets at, that are going to impact these conditions that fall in that B section. I don't have a great idea on where to go with this, but again, to give credit to colleagues, Stan Berberg and I have talked about and emailed about, going from just a screening test and a treatment to this whole system and what's in place to answer some of the questions. And perhaps if there was that, and I know there's some really great pilot studies going on, one in our state and in New York and others that we've heard about, to ask some of these questions, to look at some of the ethics of this and wonder if we need to we really need to change our thinking now around how we address these questions, multiple disorder implementations and things like that. So I don't know if that was for me, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Anna Marie Saranen.
Hi. I wanted to pretty much echo everything Carla just said about taking a thoughtful approach to review. I don't know if there can be some sort of thought given to how to systematize that a bit based on, because I know it would be so hard to do, like, hey, let's just review everything on there, but picking, one or two, if we were to do it that way, what are the criteria for choosing those? Is it at a certain point since implementation? Is it at a certain point since it's been ever previously looked at? That sort of thing, I think, I feel like Dr. Kemper and his team would do a great job at sort of providing some recommendations or context around that. And then the other thing is, it's not just about, is it, if it was on the B list before, and we've got evidence that shows that it may be a candidate for review or removal, it's not a binary decision, right? Like when we have new evidence, when time passes, I think for a lot of these conditions, that review process can help inform optimization, right? I don't know that that's true for all of the conditions that are on the blood spot panel in terms of assays or things that are being improved along the way, but for things like CCHD and SMA, things like that, I absolutely think that's true. That as we have more information, when we do these sort of reviews, there are ways to not necessarily look at, should we pull this, but is there a way to improve it? Maybe we stepped into it, like we're not quite there, right? But there are ways to make those sort of improvements that the committee could participate in. And then just from the parent perspective, I completely feel the comment on how states have said, once it's there, it's really hard to pull back. And it is. And there would be, fallout, there'd be consequences. You certainly have to look at, the number of children and families that have been affected positively by screening, and what a removal or any substantive change to something that's been added to the RUSP looks like at the state level.
Thank you. Jennifer Kwan.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kwan, the organizational representative for the Child Neurology Society. I think this has been a great discussion. I was listening to Alex's talk thinking about the concept of net benefit, and I think Natasha brought up a great point about the multiplicity of stakeholders that are involved in determining benefit. I thought it was fascinating that SMA, which I think of as a very successful newborn screening program, got a B rating, but I also was present for those committee deliberations, and I think that the B rating reflects the really thoughtful and engaged conversation about the data that they had on hand. I also point out that XALD got an A rating, and I think that in many ways there's a great deal of evidence to support that early diagnosis, early screening has real benefit, not necessarily newborn screening. And so in some ways, I think that however we I don't think we should review them with an eye to whether or not they should be removed from consideration, but more with an eye to making the deliberation process more consistent over time. I think many of us recognize that committees and the committee makeup changes and how they employ the decision matrix changes. That's a good thing. It's the part of the evolution of how we think about newborn screening. But it would be helpful if we had some consistent way of looking back and seeing, well, what is the impact of that screening on states? How hard is it to identify cases? What is that? I like Scott's term, the prognostic odyssey. What is that prognostic odyssey like for families who have a diagnosis but aren't sure what that diagnosis might mean? And so I think it would be great if there was some consistent new tool that we had to sort of review past programs and in order to firm up how we think about our current matrix.
Thank you. Michael Warren?
Yes, in regard to question number 3, switching gears a bit about cost data, I am curious. My understanding is that analysis looks at laboratory cost. I'm not sure what other newborn screening systems costs are included there. But for example, if you've got a team of follow-up nurses that take those laboratory results and engage the patients and primary care providers, as new conditions are added, you sometimes reach the tipping point where you've got to bring on additional staff. And so you also may need capacity if you're a state that has, for example, regional genetic centers that are relied on by your program for some of that short-term follow-up or consultation. So I don't know if those are already included, but if not, those are potential things to include. And then I think getting some sense of timing from states about when those changes can be made. I think often there's the assumption that, well, states can just raise their newborn screening fees, but sometimes there are limitations on state agencies about how often they can raise fees. That may only be able to happen once a year. It may require legislative review or governor approval or something like that. So I think getting some sense of the timing of that could be helpful as well in terms of the readiness.
Yeah, let me just respond to that to help inform the conversation. So first, it's been really, really difficult to get to issues of cost. So we really do focus on trying to estimate the cost to the newborn screening program for adopting the specific laboratory test for screening. And part of it is that, we're typically considering conditions that haven't been broadly implemented in newborn screening, obviously. And so the amount of information to be able to predict those other costs associated with newborn screening. So, making sure that the laboratory information systems can handle things, that the right staff are there to be able to do the follow-up and to make sure that diagnostic testing's done, the costs related to long-term follow-up treatment, all those kinds of things. It's such a changing and evolving thing that I question our ability to do it with any degree of rigor or certainty, especially because we know that those costs, they're just going to change as people learn more. I mean, it may go up, may go down. But I don't want to overpromise what we can do in the evidence review process. Even the costs within the labs, there's so much variability in terms of how laboratory equipment is paid for in terms of reagent contracts versus not, those kinds of things. And I fully expect those things to change. I think that the best we could do is put like bounds, sort of upper and lower bounds of what we think that the costs are going to be. I almost imagine like a Consumer Reports kind of like filling in the circle for costs instead of the actual number. But these issues of cost are really, really difficult to get to.
Thank you. Carla Cuthbert.
Thank you both to Michael and to Alex for addressing number 3. And I don't know if the committee would approve Scott Gross for being able to offer some commentary on this as well. However, when we were talking about this again, you know, we do agree that being able to factor in some cost would be helpful. I think that we could get very granular, and I don't think that that would necessarily be helpful. And I think, you know, Scott, I like what you sort of said in terms of sort of having an upper or lower bound. We were thinking of, you know, sort of the nature of sort of buckets in terms of how much generally it would cost. And we agree that at the beginning of the entire process, states would be across the board. There would be some that would be really ready to adapt. Some would have approval to be able to have money allocated towards the process. And we hear that. But I think that, you know, when we were running through this, I think that we were thinking along the lines of, well, cost can really be an issue to implementation, especially if you're looking at a new test that may be $20, $30 per newborn, per infant. I think when you're looking at costs that really fall significantly outside of what we're currently doing, I think that that will be notable. So if we're looking at something that has an exceptionally high initiating cost, where, you know, I don't want to say, God forbid, I was just thinking, you know, that the possibility of using another matrix. I was mentioning to my CDC staff that that would excite me from the point of view of being a chemist, but it would be it would be very significant for implementation, because everything we do is either at the bedside right now with point of care testing or with blood spots. But so again, if we're thinking with an open mind, we need to be able to factor in how much is this going to impact us, and does it really shut down the possibility of implementation, not shut it down, but does it limit or create a really significant obstacle as we move forward? Because again, this is not to say that everything is possible, but you know, we do have NIH, HRSA, and CDC being able to, or at least providing some funds to help support implementation. So there are some dollars available. So we don't want to rule it out completely. Again, I just want to make sure that we address this, but in a way that doesn't burn us out trying to get the information, but acknowledges the fact that money can be an issue. So I think that's what I have to say. I don't know if Scott is able to speak to this, if you can give him permission to join in.
Right, I'm checking and I'm told that we are able to let Dr. Scott Gross comment. If we can open his microphone. As we're doing that, I would like to, so Kate Walsh-Bockley was not able to be on the meeting today, but she did submit a comment about this. As we look at newborn screening as a comprehensive system, one thing that I have always thought should be part of the matrix and part of the considerations about adding conditions is an assessment of the availability of follow-up / specialty services. I know these children will inevitably need to be seen, but if we can look critically at resources and where efforts need to be focused to improve access to care and availability of specialty provider follow-up in concert with other entities like the American College of Medical Genetics and Genomics, I think it would add to the overall process. Okay.
I just want to, can I ask a question to the advisory committee while you're trying to get out on the phone? So this builds on the comments from Dr. Cuthbert and the ones that you just read into the record, which is we struggle in putting together the evidence review around these notions of readiness and feasibility at the you know, for the newborn screening laboratory program, and you might argue that it's sort of an artificial, you know, split of those two concepts. And I'd wonder what people think about those things and whether or not they need to be more nuanced, and whether or not somehow or another this issue of the availability of follow-up services be incorporated into that consideration.
All right. Scott Gross, you should
Yes.
be.
Yes, I am. Hi, Scott Gross, CDC. Carla did a great job of summarizing our discussion this morning, internal discussion. I also wanted to say I fully agree with what Dr. Warren said, that the committee should be respectful of the budget constraints and resource constraints and timing constraints that the state newborn screening programs operate under. And so it's really not about cost in terms of cost effectiveness. This is really about respecting the state programs.
All right, thank you. And Robert Ostrander.
Hi, it's Bob Ostrander, AAFP organizational representative. And this is, I'm going to ask a question, and I'm not advocating for one answer or the other. But should we, when we assess net benefit, be looking at things beyond the pure biological interventions that result from newborn screening? And my comment comes partly because I've been involved in all sorts of projects over the years, which is how I got actually pulled into this group. It involved a lot of learning collaboratives with parent partners. And part of it is because of some work that I've done with MDA about Duchenne. And I think that there's sometimes, actually, honestly, some very clear benefit in having one's eyes open for early symptoms and even preemptive non-high-tech biological interventions for some of these conditions in terms of quality of life, functional status, and so on. And again, Duchenne, comes to mind, over and above the potential steroid treatments and all that, but early recognition, institutional physical therapy, modifications, and so on. And a lot of the parent partners in that organization very much would support that notion. And so, is there a place with our net benefit that we should be talking about the sort of softer interventions and benefits that come from early detection?
Thank you. Sean McCandless.
Thank you, Cindy. This is Sean McCandless. I'm a member of the committee. I'd like to respond to a couple of the points that have been raised. The first is one of the more recent points about the availability of resources and considering adding that to the decision-making matrix about whether to add something to the RUSP. And I think there's a bit of a chicken and egg question here. And that is that that sometimes you have to be identifying the disorder early to force health systems to create the resources to take care of the patients. And so if we always wait for the resources for care to be available, we may never get there. And so I think that I'm less concerned about are the resources available, because the reality is that if the demand is there, the resources will become available. I think that's usually how it works in our whatever our healthcare system is. There's no way to sort of systematically identify or force resources to be available prior to starting newborn screening. So I don't see that should be something that we necessarily take into account. The other thing that this whole conversation has sort of, the question that's come to my mind through this whole conversation is that I think the decision matrix is a very nice way of thinking about the various aspects of what we need to do to make a decision, what needs to be in place to make a decision. What's missing for me, though, is the underlying agreement about what are the parameters that need to be addressed to determine benefit and determine readiness and feasibility. So it goes back to sort of the Wilson and Youngner criteria or whatever has replaced that in terms of our thought processes about a population-based mandatory screening program. And that is, what is the definition of benefit that we're looking for? Both short and long term, and what is the cost that's important? What costs matter, and what matters about the resources and the availability of resources? And it seems to me that there's some fundamental work yet to be done by this committee or by others to define those things before the matrix really could be used as a proscriptive tool. And in support of what other people have said, I think that the lack of sort of fundamental definitions and agreement about those more basic concepts means that this decision matrix can't be proscriptive, because to make it proscriptive would just be gaming the system to sort of say, here's what we just need to make sure we get the right scores to get the thing that we're in favor of or supporting approved. Finally, I want to address the question of the removal of conditions from the matrix. And I think that whatever decision is made, there has to be some sort of automatic review for things for which there is not good long-term outcome data. I think that it's really unfair to expect that there would be individuals or groups of individuals that would put themselves forward to nominate for the removal of a particular condition. And the bar for removal of a condition without sort of pre-existing definitions for what would lead to removal would be so high that I think it would be almost impossible to do. So I think that there needs to be either some sort of conditional approval for addition to the RUSP with a requirement for follow-up data. And I think this is a somewhat of a tangent, but I think the SMA report that we heard today is a really compelling evidence that 2 years is not long enough, that report, as good as it is, doesn't answer the fundamental questions about the treatment for SMA. In fact, what it does is it raises more questions about the treatment that really need to be answered. And that's not to say that it indicates that SMA shouldn't be screened. The screening program has been successful. The questions are about the long-term outcomes and the long-term net benefit. And I think that's so. I think there needs to be some sort of long-term, long-range plan in place, and there needs to be some sort of automatic review triggered. I'm not sure that 5 years is even the right amount of time, but there needs to be some sort of continual reassessment of the RUSP. So I've addressed a number of different issues there, and I apologize for the somewhat rambling nature of those comments.
No, that's fine. Thank you. And if I could ask you to just go back to your first comment regarding the resources, and that we can't expect resources to be available prior to instituting screening. Are you referring to both financial resources as well as other types of resources, such as providers, specialty providers, and the other components that would be needed?
I was referring more to the latter, to the availability of specialists and healthcare providers and services that needed to deliver therapies, more so than the financial resources. It seems to me that the financial resources are available. They just need to be leveraged. There's ways to accomplish the addressing the cost, although I don't want to minimize the intensity of how new therapies are increasing the cost of delivering care. But it seems to me that the bigger issue is not how to pay for it right now, at least. It's who's going to actually deliver the care and how will the care be delivered. And is there the ability to ensure that every infant screened in the United States is going to have relatively equal access to care? And my point is that if we wait for those things to be available to add new conditions for screening, we probably would never be able to add anything. That we have to add them to screening to drive the process of building resources in the community.
Okay, thank you. Georgianne Arnold.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Well, Cynthia, you kind of addressed one of the questions I had from what Sean had said, which was workforce. I am quite, the SIMD and the ACMD are quite concerned about workforce. I'm sure that that Jennifer would talk about child neurology as well. And I don't know that increasing the number of conditions now and waiting for the workforce to catch up is going to work well for us. And I'm wondering if this committee is if this group is sort of interested in a workforce committee that could liaison with ACMG, SIMD, child neurology, ACOG, and other societies, because I see there's plenty of money to go around, but having it spent on you have to become important to them. So, states have money, not a lot, but they have money if they want to spend it on us. So I think money is less of an issue at this point than workforce. And I'm very concerned about our workforce. The other issue, review in 5 years. I've been on some ACMG committees that try to review everything every 5 years. And certainly there's too many things on the RUSP list right now for us to be reviewing them every 5 years. However, we could make that a condition of new ones or of some that were a lower B grade, a lower grade. So if you're, that maybe there was more controversy too. And I had one more thing, but I can't remember what it was. So thank you.
Sure, thank you. Jennifer Kwan.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kwan, organizational representative for the Child Neurology Society. I actually really was intrigued by Sean's idea of having longer term follow-up. So looking at these programs, maybe not 2 years out, or maybe not even 5 years out, but a little bit longer. And maybe we could just collect some simple information. How many infants were screened as positive? How many have we been successful in following? How many have we lost to follow up? I don't think that it's not a way to judge negatively a program, but just to help us understand, just on a basic level, give us a report card of how we're doing with some of these conditions. And that will almost inevitably lead to conversations about what are the barriers to follow up. And they're almost certainly workforce related, as Georgianne brought up. But I do like the idea of sort of taking a look at some of these programs. For example, Pompe disease is not a bad example. We know that early screening is valuable, early diagnosis and treatment are valuable, but how these children do long term may be unexpected to us. And so I think it would be helpful. Thank you.
I just want to tag something on to what Dr. Kwan said, which is, one of the great things about newborn screening is, it's universal availability. And one of the things I'd ask the advisory committee to consider, if it looks at things like Dr. Kwan just talked about, was whether or not there are any unexpected disparities, by region, rural, urban, by race, ethnicity, and so forth.
Susan Tanksley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Susan Tanksley, representing Association of Public Health Laboratories. I first want to make a comment about cost considerations being as part of the state readiness or feasibility. I just wanted to comment, so all states have different funding mechanisms. And so some are fee-based, some are general revenue based, some are funded a lot through Medicaid. Some programs have a lot of funds. A lot of programs have few funds. And so, I think it's important I think it was Carla who suggested having kind of buckets of relative costs. Sometimes when you get too granular on the costs and you state, like, for example, I've seen that SMA costs pennies to add to a newborn screening program. But in actuality, that's, programs have been screening for SCID for a lot of years now. So just adding SMA may seem simple, but when you have to replace equipment, when you have more data coming out, you still have, you have more cases. So you do need additional staff for follow-up, and there's second tier testing and way, states also use when disorders are added to the panel, sometimes that's an opportunity to fill gaps that have been created by lessons learned from, trying to add with too few resources in the past. And so by adding but sometimes by having the information of, this is just going to be pennies per disorder or per child screened, may do more harm to the state as they attempt to get funding for the disorder and to actually improve their program to be able to do the screening that they've already been doing and add the new disorder. But I did like the bucket concept of what's the relative expense and what might, it's important to know what sort of money may be needed by a program. But again, it may do more harm when you get too granular with it. I really like the idea in regards to workforce, Georgianne's comment about a workforce committee and really looking at what's available. At some point, as we add more and more conditions, and it seems like the metabolic community is what gets hit the hardest by the conditions that we screen for. At some point, do we reach a tipping point where we're going to actually do more harm because there's less access to care for everyone? And I understand the need to create demand, but are we actually seeing more physicians joining, becoming metabolic specialists and going into these specialties where we have increased demand due to newborn screening? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So just going back for a minute to Jennifer and Sean, who commented about the need for perhaps longer follow-up information, at least 5, maybe up to 10 years or more. Do you think we're currently able to do that? How do you think the current system is able to assess that, or what would be needed in the future if one were to try to do much longer follow-up? Sean?
Yeah, Cindy, this is Sean McCandless. I'm a member of the committee. That's a really great question. And I think from my perspective, there would be 2 components. One would be that there will be, I think Pompeii, the example that Jennifer Kwan brought up, is a really good example. Over time, there's been a growing body of literature that suggests that there were unexpected outcomes and that the natural history of the disorder has significantly changed with therapy for the better in many ways, but also unmasking some unexpected aspects of the natural history that we just didn't see because patients didn't survive long enough. And I think that there will be a growing body of literature that will support the facts about the physical benefits to patients that are receiving these treatments after early diagnosis. There'll also be, I would expect, a growing body of literature supporting the timing of the initiation of the therapy that would suggest that earlier treatment is better, and may even raise questions about whether prenatal treatment is needed in some cases. And I think SMA is one condition where there will be, if that will be a question that will be raised about SMA. Do we need to be diagnosing these cases even before they're born to maximize the benefits of the therapies that are currently available? The second question that's harder to answer is because the mechanism does not exist for gathering the information right now, and that is the questions that were brought up by several other speakers regarding access to care, who's lost to follow-up, who's getting care, who's not getting care, who's getting care where, who's getting adequate care, and what are even the most basic outcomes. Are they still alive? Are they receiving care? Is their growth and development and overall health what's expected for the treated condition, or are they doing worse or better than expected? Those very basic questions that are really public health questions, we don't have, as best I can tell, a good mechanism for collecting that information, and that would probably require building some additional infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any more hands raised. Anyone else have a comment? We've finished up a little early. I'll just ask Mia whether we want to go ahead with Alex's presentation.
Thanks, thanks, Dr. Powell. I think at this point we do have enough time to move a bit ahead in the agenda and go directly to Dr. Kemper's presentation. So if you just bear with us while we get his slides ready.
Okay, fantastic. This is going to recap a presentation that we made earlier about what we've learned from the conditions that have been added to the RUSP. And, you know, reflecting back on this, what I'm going to tell you is a great story from the perspective of population health. And I think also reaffirm the value and the importance of the work that the advisory committee has done. And I was really sort of moved when I was thinking about the positive outcomes that I'm going to be talking about when I just think about how difficult this past year has been with the pandemic and the really critical role that the public health departments and clinicians are playing in this difficult time. And obviously, I hope that everybody and their families are doing well during this period of time. But I think when you think about the context of the benefit of the work of the advisory committee, it's really quite moving. Next slide, please. So this is a report that we presented back in July of 2019. I'm going to be talking about what we've learned about newborn screening implementation for SCID, CCHD, Pompe disease, MPS1, and X-linked adrenal leukodystrophy. Now, as you all know, SMA was discussed in a separate report, but in terms of providing a complete overview of things, we're going to be talking about SMA now. So we're going to be, again, primarily talking about what we've learned about conditions that were added to the RUSP between 2010 and 2018. I want to just go to the next slide. So this is just a reminder of when the conditions were added to the RUSP, starting with severe combined immunodeficiency back in February of 2010 through the most recent condition, spinal muscular atrophy, which was added back in July 2018. I will tell you that each condition brings forth its own unique special features and sort of lessons learned and those kinds of things. And I've put some of those on the slide. Again, we discussed these in the past, and I'm going to go through this presentation relatively quickly and stopping to point out what I think are important lessons. Next slide, please. So again, this slide just summarizes the timeline between when a condition was first nominated. Some conditions were renominated because when the advisory committee looked at the condition, there were gaps in the evidence that precluded a recommendation to be added to the RUSP. And you can see the various dates of when the vote was ultimately recommended and when the secretary formally added something to the RUSP. Again, this is in the interest of just providing that historical background, that also when I show you the evidence, the time period it's had to accrue. Next slide, please. So this is the proportion of states that are screening for the conditions going through November of 2020. Again, things are changing rapidly, especially related to SMA. Next slide, please. And this just takes the state newborn screening level data and reflects back to the proportion of births that are screened for each condition, just to give the advisory committee a sense of the overall coverage. And again, this goes through November of 2020. So, you know, it's about a month out of date. Next slide, please. So we've discussed before the challenges to adding a new disorder to newborn screening. And I think it's important to keep this context in mind when thinking about the time period from when something's recommended to the RUSP for when states might begin screening for it. So there's the personnel issues, there's the issue of getting the right equipment, there's the process of figuring out exactly how the screening approach is going to be done and the algorithms implemented. There needs to be a data information system for managing that. And then there's all the problems and challenges related to establishing diagnosis and follow-up. Next slide, please. There's also facilitators in the same way that there's challenges in terms of peer resource networks, pilot or implementation, funding. Certainly HRSA and the NIH and other federal agencies have been very helpful with that. There's issues related to the screening test itself and the degree to which it can be implemented with things that are already there. Advocacy groups are important in terms of understanding the evidence and adopting screening. And then there are all these other registry and systems that sort of fall into place as well. Certainly if a state is mandated to implement something to the RUSP, it can speed up when it would actually begin. I just like to always balance the challenges with the facilitators that we know that are out there. Next slide, please. So I am just going to go through at a high level some newborn screening outcomes. These slides, which are available to everyone, have a lot of information, and we could spend days digging through all of this. And again, since we've presented some of this further, I'm just going to sort of take a scenic drive through the slides. So here are outcomes of some publications related to newborn screening for severe combined immunodeficiency. And you can see the slides that are, you can see the states that are listed and what their particular outcomes are. For me, it's really, I think, instructive and interesting to look at the positive screens that have resulted from newborn screening to give a sense of the population benefit that have accrued. As I go through the slides, there are going to be, and this is going to affect more future slides than this one, but things like the positive predictive value. And I would take, so the positive predictive value, again, is the proportion of newborns that screen positive that end up being confirmed to have the condition. And you have to take the positive predictive value with a little bit of grain of salt, because there's so many variations in terms of how the findings are from the newborn screening are interpreted and classified. But so I'd really, for the purposes of this conversation, just focus on the positive screens that have resulted from screening. These slides also give some information about the work that's required within the newborn screening programs in terms of the proportion that need to be retested and those kinds of things. But again, for the purposes of this, if I were going to pay attention to things, I would look at the number of cases that have been identified. Next slide, please. So if you look at the published outcomes from SCID, there's one report that combines 11 programs and pilot projects that we pointed out on the previous slide. There's, as we know, for treatment, and this is described in that study, most children are getting stem cell transplant. In this one report of the 44 whatever it is, 44 plus 4 plus 2 that got treated, the 50 that were treated, there were, here, actually I have it listed right there. There were 7 children that died, but you can see the overall survival during this period of time of the infants that were detected through newborn screening is a remarkable 92%. As with any screening program, there are a lot of incidental findings, and you can see those, the number of cases listed here. Next slide, please. I'd like to turn next to CCHD. One of the most, I think, instructive publications that's been published about CCHD was a publication in JAMA from 2017. That was really a policy level analysis looking at state screening policies and infant deaths related to CCHD. And the key message from this report is that states that had mandated CCHD newborn screening policies had about a 1/3 reduction in deaths due to CCHD following the implementation of newborn screening. And so I think that this is one example of the population health benefit of newborn screening, again, looking at the policy level. Next slide, please. So here's a bunch of individual studies that were done across different states, and again, you can get a sense of the large number of children that are being screened in each case, and as well as the proportion of children that are getting identified. You know, a challenge with CCHD screening, when you look at the positive predictive value, is that one of the things that we've learned since newborn screening for CCHD has been implemented is that beyond critical congenital heart disease, there are other things that are detected that benefit from early intervention, things like sepsis, and that's not necessarily captured in the positive predictive value when it's restricted just to CCHD. Next slide, please. Here are the published studies that were included in our report related to newborn screening for Pompe disease, and you can see the total number of infants that were included in each report, and the proportion who had a positive screen. You can see here too that the positive predictive value is, you know, there's a large range, and again, some of this has to do with how things are counted and the methods used for screening. Next slide, please. And again, you know, this just further breaks things out. One of the big issues related to Pompe disease screening is the relative number of the infantile onset versus the late onset Pompe disease that's detected. There's also a lot of concern about the number of individuals with pseudodeficiency who would need to, you know, go through some diagnostic follow-up to ensure that it was truly pseudodeficiency and not the true disease. And you can see how those numbers played out here again. It's not surprising that the numbers are small, that you know, Pompe disease is a rare condition. Next slide, please. Here are the findings from MPS 1. You can look across again and see the published studies, the number of cases that have been detected, reported in these studies through newborn screening. Again, here's another example of where the positive predictive value is highly variable. For example, the degree to which they're using post-analytic tools like the CLEAR tool, which the advisory committee has talked about before. Next slide, please. Here again are further studies. These are, in alignment with the slide that I just showed before. Again, MPS 1 is a rare condition. So the fact that in any individual, one of these studies, that there are not that many true positives is not surprising. Next slide, please. Here is excellent adrenal leukodystrophy. You can see one study that was done in North Carolina and the other in Minnesota, along with the number of positive cases that were detected. One of the ongoing challenges related to X-linked adrenal leukodystrophy is separating out affected males from women who can be affected or not affected. And you can see that in the North Carolina report, they didn't specifically break down differences in identification by sex, but they did in the Minnesota study. Next slide, please. Again, here's further follow-up from the studies that I just presented again, combined to make the positive cases a little bit easier to ferret out. Next slide, please. Now let's move to SMA outcomes. And if you remember, this was really a separate report, but we've put it into this just to help with the conversation. So at the time of the report, New York had published their experience of screening for about 225,000 infants, and you can see the number of cases that were detected. One of the things that I think is particularly notable is the median day of follow-up at specialty centers after newborn screening for SMA was about 8 days after birth, and it really speaks to the ability of the New York newborn screening program to really be comprehensive and effective with getting newborns to treatment. We did work with the Newborn Screening Translational Research Network. That's what the NBSTRN is, in the Association of Public Health Laboratories, APHL. And they are working with states in adopting newborn screening. And of the over 1 million newborn screened for SMA, at least 111 of them of unique infants have been identified with SMA. And so again, gives you a sense of the public health impact that newborn screening is having. Again, it's a rare condition, but from the evidence that we've looked at before, there's real benefit from this level of early identification. Next slide. So this is, the easy one look at all the information that I've just said. Again, I know that it's a lot of information, but I think that this, if I were going to take one slide out of the whole thing, this would be the take-home message. You can see across the 6 conditions I spoke about rather quickly, you can see the total number of infants that were screened and the number of cases, true positives that have come from this. And I think that given that these were conditions that benefit from early identification, I think that the advisory committee and others can really look at the real benefit and really understand the real benefit of newborn screening on these children, and their families. I mean, it's I think really a remarkable accomplishment. And listed on the slide are the other positive screen results, just to try to put things into context. And at the bottom row lists how we put together the various publications. But again, this is like the real take-home slide from the presentation. So I'll just leave it up there for a second for people to look at. Okay, next slide, please. And with that, I'd like to open things up for questions. And as people have questions, maybe if we could just go back to the previous slide, because I think that'll help if any particular numbers come up.
Thank you, Dr. Kemper. Yes, we do have a few minutes now if there are any comments about Dr. Kemper's presentation. First, we'll take those from committee members, followed by those from organizational representatives. And just as a reminder, please state your first and last names. And if we don't have enough time during this session, we'll take this up again in the afternoon.
Looks like Dr. Baker.
Oh, hi, Alex. Excellent. This is May Baker, committee member. I just want a quick question, and my eyes are letting on this scared. So when you reported a positive predictive value, that's a cumulative, right? For these 3 reports, are you adding on together? That's
yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, because I know our program positive predictive value is 50%. So I want to say 5.5. Okay.
Yeah, I you know, again, I want to be very cautious by this notion of positive predictive value, because states interpret, you know, like what a positive screen is differently. And also because algorithms are complicated, sort of, you know, the denominators change and that kind of thing. So we had a lot of conversations about even whether or not that line was valuable. I think looking at the true positives and the magnitude of the public health impact, I think are the key lessons. There's just so much variability in what you might count as positive predictive value.
I agree with 100%. Like, you know, for SCID, because we use as a tuning for opinion as a marker, because I feel like a state, if you do the tracker assay and the tuning for opinions doesn't necessarily is a SCID. So from program point of view, and your positive value will be lower for the analytical piece test, but I feel, you know, I agree with you. I think each disorders have a unique situation. Yes, take a
and that goes through every condition. Yeah. For example, if you look at CCHD, you know, really what states considers the targets of screening, and it just continues. So we put that there just to kind of give context, but I appreciate it lacks nuance, and it doesn't appear in the final report as such. We just wanted to put that in for the purposes of conversation.
Anyone else?
And I appreciate everyone seeing these numbers before, so there may not be new particular questions about it. But I do think that, you know, it's kind of inspiring to see what states have been able to do and the impact it's had on families.
Susan Tanksley. Susan, we can't hear you. You may be on mute. No.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Susan Tanksley, Association of Public Health Laboratories. I wanted to comment first. I think it's fantastic that we've had as many publications as we have on these disorders. And as I was reviewing information for this meeting. It really inspired me and made me think I'm about to get to hire an epidemiologist, and I'm really excited because we'll actually begin to be able to look at some of the data we have in the Texas program. But it brings me back to the conversation we were just having about data and, having appropriate data to look back and see what difference are we really making. It's fantastic that we've identified this many cases, but it would be really, really great to be able to look at the long-term data that's been collected, hopefully is being collected on these children, and so that we can see the true impact and how we really can improve their outcomes.
Yeah, and if I can just add on to what you just said, Dr. Tanksley, is that the data that we've shared with you are primarily from publications, other than that, the work from the Newborn Screening Translational Research Network and APHL. So I know that other states likely have information that would contribute to this sort of thing, and so the degree to which we could, get access to that, and of course, with all the other things that states have going on, but to publish their findings in the peer-reviewed literature would be great.
Georgianne Arnold.
Georgianne Arnold from Society of Inherited Metabolic Disorders. You actually just answered my question, which was, what would this look like if you added all of the state website information, particularly for CCHD, which sadly only had 10 positives reported.
Yeah.
But really have many more.
I would, to the degree that can be put together and also, I think, gotten out into the peer-reviewed literature, I think would help, shine a light on the real benefit that it's had. But, unfortunately, for the purposes of this work, we weren't able to do that. And again, I just refer people back to specifically around CCHD for that study that looked at changes in CCHD related or infant, I should say, infant mortality associated with adoption of newborn screening for CCHD as being a really compelling argument about its impact.
Robert Ostrander.
Yeah, hi, Robert Ostrander, American Academy of Family Physicians. We, the long-term, the follow-up and treatment subcommittee was kind of on a roll dealing with a number of the issues brought up both in the previous discussion and today about continuing to look forward with these conditions that we approve and then assessing the effectiveness and our impact. But unfortunately, between the reauthorization issue that we had and now the COVID-19 thing, we've kind of lost our momentum. But we presented to the committee, it looks to me, and so I didn't bring it up before, I had to dig back through my documents, but it looks to me like the end of 2017, we sent a long report to the committee on what was called quality measures in newborn screening and long-term follow-up that provided, something of a potential framework that we might ask be implemented or use as we go forward and look at, true long-term follow-up, both, metrics and how people are plugged in. And one of the things that at the long-term follow-up and treatment subcommittee, we had actually suggested to the committee, this goes to our previous discussion of what we expect when conditions get added to the ROSP, is that there be some sort of denominators that provide some sort of blueprint for what long-term follow-up and treatment might look like. And so that we can be require that a plan at least to do that be included with the implementation if something gets added to the RUS, so that we know that there's going to be a network of folks that are tracking outcomes. And again, our paper discussed the kind of things that we thought were important to be tracked, so that we don't have to be mining data from this place and that published report. And also that, again, I mean, we talked about with Pompeii in terms of unexpected course of illness, but with all these conditions here, as we get in, 4, 5, 10, 15 years out, that we have some real outcome metrics to tell us. So my suggestion is, number one, that the committee look at the work product of the long-term and follow-up and treatment subcommittee that's already in place. And number two, that one of the things that we should ask of nominators is perhaps somehow include in the requirements for adding something to the rest, there be some blueprint, again, where I think it would be foolish to ask for things to be laid out precisely, but some blueprint or vision of how long-term follow-up treatment and measurements would be done.
Yeah, this is Cynthia Powell, committee chair. Thanks for bringing that up. We were actually planning initially to have a roundtable discussion about just those issues at this meeting, but then for various reasons had to postpone it. But we are definitely planning to do that at our next meeting. So looking forward to that. Deborah Friedenberg.
Hi, AAP, American Pediatrics. So Bob has said a lot of what I wanted to say, as did Susan. But first thing is that there's a lot more data out there than published data. States have tons of data. Some are willing to share, some aren't, and some are just too busy with what they're trying to do day to day to put all of the things together. And as Susan alluded to, I mean, we happen to be a huge program. I'm also the newborn screening program, part of the newborn screening program in Texas, and we just don't have anybody to put the data together to share it, which hopefully will change. But what I've seen is that the information and funding and follow-up all tends to get siloed. So there's a lot of the newborn screening program is responsible for this, and the rest of the system is responsible for that. And, it doesn't really follow the child. The workforce issues, well, that's the clinical problem. That's not the newborn screening program's problem. And I think we really would behoove us to take a more kind of holistic approach and look at it as an overall system, because newborn screening programs really are not in isolation. We're in partnership with the clinicians, we're in partnership with the metabolic docs and with all the other specialists that are out there. And so I think that we need to kind of look more holistic and stop kind of siloing things quite as much as we've been doing. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention is that long-term follow-up has been very much on a lot of folks' minds for a variety of reasons. And just, I mean, we're, just at a state level, we've embarked on long-term follow-up, and many of the public health measures that were described before are ones that we're now starting to follow, and we're just at the beginning, so we can't tell you what our numbers are, or we know we get better follow-up with that, but just looking, are you alive? Are you in follow-up? Do you need anything? What are your barriers to care? Do you need help? Those kinds of things. So we're beginning to do that, and I don't think we're alone as a state in beginning to look at thinking about what is a newborn screening program's responsibility on the public health sense, and then what is the long-term follow-up responsibility across the clinical spectrum.
Anna Marie Saarinen.
Hi, Anna Marie, committee member. Alex, thank you for this really good overview of these conditions that were added over the past decade. And I'm actually grateful to say that I've sort of been here for all of these, not on the committee, of course, but I was at the meeting where SCID was formally advanced by the committee. And then I think that was probably the first presentation by Dr. Ronaldo for CCHD at that same meeting, as I recall. So it's been really fascinating to learn from each of these along the way. I wonder, what's your recommendation, I guess, from a committee perspective, or how we do somehow, by we, I don't mean the committee necessarily, but the community, do a better job of being able to see something more than a snapshot or a summary of these screening results. And I realize it's basically like doing a meta-analysis times 20, but I mean, what are your thoughts on that, so we can get a better picture? And then just to address the CCHD numbers, you know, I don't necessarily view the 10 true positives out of that cohort that's represented there as necessarily a sad finding, but it's, you know, so sort of a little bit of a reality of when those papers were published, sans maybe the last two, because we were, you know, still thinking very narrowly about the definition of critical congenital heart disease, and there was a lot of reporting variables and variances between the states. So some were, you know, would count a pickup of a congenital heart defect that wasn't on that core list of 7 or 8 conditions, and they wouldn't report it as a true positive case because it like wasn't on the list per se. Where of course now we know, we pick up something because that list has expanded beyond those original 8 targets that we thought we were going to find. But you know, this sort of review of the older data doesn't kind of reflect that, nor how we're capturing, in the case of pulse oximetry, the secondary but important conditions. So all of that's sort of evolving, and so I think these numbers are certainly, you know, changing all the time. But how best do we, like as a community and maybe as a committee, better demonstrate, I think, the good or the bad or the real numbers around this? I mean, is it a New Steps collaboration or APHL and New Steps? Like, what is the thought process on being able to really see the impact and reassess over time?
Alex, did you want to comment?
Well, I mean, you know, so there's actually a whole series of points that you just made, Anna Marie, all of which I agree with. So, you know, these studies represent a snapshot and they're variable in how they count. And again, one of the takeaways from CCHD actually doesn't even show up in this table, which is that difference in difference policy study that was published in JAMA, which I actually think is a really compelling way to look at benefit in the absence of having the kind of granular individual level patient stuff that ideally we would have. And maybe there are lessons from that as well. But the other issue in terms of, you know, how is the information going to be collected and so forth. I mean, I do know that the New Steps is engaged in this with APHL, and you know, I want to give them credit for that. I should actually give KK Lamb a lot of credit as well for helping me find all this stuff, put it together. And I didn't mention that at the beginning, and I feel remiss for not doing so. But regardless, you know, there's different ways that these things are counted, and it takes a lot of work to do it. I think that the comments that Bob Ostrander made before about having standard metrics for reporting would be great. But David Friedenberg brought up the issue that state newborn screening programs are, you know, collecting this information, but they have like a million things going on as well. So ultimately, like, whose responsibility is it to be collecting and reporting this data, and what can we as a community do to encourage that those data are reported on some sort of regular basis, I think is an open question. And so I'm not going to give you a specific answer to that, and maybe duck it and turn things back over to Dr. Powell to see if she has comments or wants to engage the advisory committee on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is Cynthia Powell, committee chair. I certainly think, you know, it's a very important issue and one that the committee is trying to address, and will continue trying to address this. I would say specifically for CCHD, a problem among states is that there's you know, very limited reporting, you know, even compared to metabolic disorders. You know, where that information is placed regarding the, you know, pulse oximetry measurements and things, it's, you know, not well tracked. And that's certainly, you know, something that I think, you know, is very important to do. So hopefully as time goes by, there'll be better ways to, you know, have this interoperability system so that, you know, one hospital could communicate information with their state. So, but definitely an important thing to address. I think we'll take one more comment. Jacob Hogue.
Yeah, Jacob Hogue, organizational representative for the DoD. And following on the discussion about long-term follow-up and as well as the previous discussion related to the decision matrix, one thing that came to mind was as we look even 5 or 10 years out and looking at the data that's available, the available data tends to be more about the more severe disorders and the conditions. And thinking about how that reflects, you know, looking at the data here as we're talking about CCHD and other conditions that may be detected by not be called positives, or looking at the late onset Pompe disease, for example. If we're looking at outcomes, we have a possibility of having some confirmation bias there where we're looking at all the kids who have infantile onset Pompe disease and seeing the positive outcomes that occurred from screening. And if we're applying that back to the decision matrix and thinking about the net outcome, net benefit for all people who are screened, and that the data available at 5 or 10 years may not take into account the impacts that has on those that are identified as being carriers or late onset or false positive screens. So I think very important to look at long-term outcomes, but acknowledging that the long-term outcomes that we have may actually be biased towards giving us some confirmation bias for the more severe disorders.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Kemper, and all of you who commented. As with all of our committee meetings today, there's an opportunity for members of the public who have previously registered to provide oral or written comments. The committee did not receive any written public comments. The committee will now hear oral public comments from 3 individuals. First, we will hear from Dylan Simon from the Every Life Foundation.
Dr. Powell, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. On behalf of the Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases, I would like to thank the committee for providing me with the opportunity to address you today. Again, my name is Dylan Simon, and I am the Newborn Screening and Diagnostics Policy Fellow for the Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases. I want to thank multiple members of the advisory committee and the evidence review group who spoke at last month's 2nd annual newborn screening boot camp. We were thrilled to have your expertise and perspectives engage with a wide variety of newborn screening advocates to help empower patient communities working within the newborn screening ecosystem. The boot camp, which is convened in partnership with Genetic Alliance, was a 5-week event designed to educate and engage newborn screening stakeholders. We were delighted with the success of our virtual event, with more than 280 individuals attending at least 1 week of the boot camp. Over the course of the first 4 weeks of the boot camp, discussions included a wide variety of newborn screening related issues, from the importance of building a coalition to the challenges of state implementation. We were able to discuss important topics such as the benefits of patient registries, the evidence review process of the Federal Advisory Committee, and how patient advocacy organizations and public health laboratories can work together to move the newborn screening system forward. We closed the boot camp with 3 distinct discussion groups designed to provide an opportunity for attendees to dive deeper into the information covered during the boot camp. Advocates were asked to self-identify into 1 of 3 groups: just getting started in newborn screening, on the path to RUSP, and beyond the RUSP. With community moderators helping to answer questions, participants shared ideas and best practices on how to address the common challenges that most face in the community. Thank you again to the entire newborn screening community for your support of the boot camp. We appreciate that the COVID-19 pandemic has placed an even greater demands on the precious commodities of time and resources of our newborn screening leaders, and we are especially grateful for our unwavering dedication to our rare disease patient communities. It is through your continued support that we can bring together a diverse group of stakeholders that share their unique perspectives on how to move newborn screening forward. We are excited to announce that the third annual newborn screening bootcamp will occur next October, hopefully in person, the Sunday before the APHL Newborn Screening Symposium in Sacramento, California. We're looking forward to seeing everyone in person at next year's event. We are excited for all the great work that's occurring within newborn screening space and look forward to continuing to help advocate effectively to navigate engagement in the community. Thank you again for the time.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from Stephen Holland.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Stephen Holland, the proud father of 3 children with mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 and vice chair of the National MPS Society. The society was founded 46 years ago with the mission to cure, support, and advocate for the mucopolysaccharidosis and mucolipidosis diseases. We serve individuals, families, and friends affected by MPS and ML by supporting research, families, and increasing public and professional awareness. All 15 known subtypes of MPS and ML diseases are rare genetic lysosomal storage diseases caused by the body's inability to produce specific enzymes. The missing or insufficient enzyme prevents cells from recycling waste, resulting in the storage of materials and cells throughout the body. As the disease progresses, there is systemic damage throughout the body, including the heart, bones, joints, respiratory system, and central nervous system, leading to widespread physical and developmental challenges and a shortened lifespan. Due to the progressive nature and irreversibility of the damages, especially to the brain, it is imperative to diagnose these diseases as early as possible to enable more effective intervention. To date, about half of the MPS and ML subtypes have FDA-approved treatments, with over 20 companies working on new treatments at various clinical stages. With well-defined biomarkers and available low-cost tests, the MPS and ML diseases are prime candidates for considerations in newborn screening. A few years ago, I spoke to the committee and we worked closely with you to nominate MPS 1 for nationwide newborn screening. Since its inclusion in the RUSP, MPS has been included in the newborn screening programs of 21 states and the District of Columbia, enabling newly diagnosed patients to access treatments and interventions as newborns. With the collaborative efforts from our academic and industrial partners, the Society has recently submitted the nomination package for MPS 2. In parallel fashion, the nomination work for MPS 7 is also underway. Our goal is to work with the committee over the next few years to submit nominations for the remaining MPS and ML diseases with effective therapies. On behalf of the MPS and ML communities, we thank the committee for its leadership role and landmark work to build the nationwide newborn screening system in the US, especially with a clearly defined pathway for new conditions to be nominated. We look forward to continuing to work with you to address the critical need of newborn screening for the MPS and ML communities in the days and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our last public comment for the day will be from Ryan Colburn.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. Following the previous discussion, I think this sets me up very well. I'd also like to clarify that I did submit a written comment, which is an expanded version of this. Hopefully that made it through. Starting out, dear members of the Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders in Newborns and Children, my name is Ryan Colburn and I have Pompe disease. I was diagnosed 5 years ago, and after an initial adjustment period, I've leaned into the rare disease ecosystem and found that there's an incredible amount of great stuff happening to positively impact my future, and more importantly, improving our collective future as manifested through newborns and children. On the personal side, I've spent my career in engineering and operations management roles working in Formula One racing, airframe builds, and currently on reusable rockets and satellites. It's fair to say that I'm a nerd, and it would be reasonable to assume that I love data. This statement and my written submission are in support of the importance and power of data and to advocate that making as much de-identified data available to as wide an audience as fast as possible is a winning strategy to support improved health for our newborns and children. I'd like to propose to this committee an emphasis on realizing data as an opportunity to use newborn screening as a vehicle to accelerate the rate of development of new knowledge in rare diseases through supporting a model which makes de-identified data easily available to the public with minimal latency to report. When we share this data, we amplify the opportunity for the next bright pre-med student to study rare disease, helping newborns and children, and the next researcher, the next pharmaceutical company, the next patient advocate, brother, sister, mother, father, and neighbor. We'd give them all a chance to contribute, and you'd give me a chance to contribute. I want to help advance progress for Pompe and other rare diseases. And we have a motivation, an interest, and a background with what this data means, along with an overall perspective that is unique compared with the current siloed data model. With our motivation and varied backgrounds, we have a desire and an ability to contribute. Currently, the effort required to compile the data for any of these roles prohibits us from contributing to the development of new knowledge in rare disease. There is, however, data with a huge potential to be useful that is collected through federally supported programs, but that data is not publicly accessible. And as we heard from some of the speakers, it's not even accessible to some of you. For additional information and an example of doing things the hard way, please see my written statement that I've submitted, which includes an analysis on data I've compiled over the last year through scouring papers and reaching out to states and countries directly to understand Pompe incidence through their newborn screening experience. Incidence is a fundamentally important figure in understanding the disease, and this data shows a clear convergence that excludes the currently most cited projections. This data tells a compelling story that we are collecting data now that has the potential to teach us more about our disease than we've ever known. Collecting data and, more importantly, using that data is the key to unlocking this learning. I think this example is easily transferable across all rare disease. In summary, newborn screening really is the coolest game in town, but we've only scratched the surface of what is possible when we empower and activate our rare disease community with timely access to data. We stand at the door of an opportunity for an inflection point in progress for our newborns and children and their families impacted by rare disease. We can realize this opportunity by taking an open access policy to data, even while honoring our duty to protect the privacy of individuals' data. I'd love to engage in a discussion. I know that this isn't the format for it, but in my written comments, you can find my contact information. I'd be happy to talk about Pompe and perspective on other rare disease and how data that we're getting out of newborn screening can really change the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to let you know that your written comments were distributed to the committee members. All right, next we're going to take about a 40-minute break so I can stop coughing, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you. He has a clinical appointment in the Department of Medicine, Division of Hematology, Oncology, and the Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center, and is director of the UNC Cancer and Adult Genetics Clinic. Dr. Berg's research group examines the application of genomic sequencing approaches in clinical care through translational research projects studying diagnostic indications, as well as screening in healthy populations. In addition, Dr. Berg is a PI in the Clinical Genome Research, also known as ClinGen Consortium, and he was co-PI of the NC Nexus study. He continues to work on implementation of genomic screening in a clinical setting across a variety of age groups. After Dr. Berg's presentation, we will hear from Dr. Robert Currier. Dr. Currier retired in 2018 from the California Department of Public Health, where he spent over 20 years as the chief statistician of the genetic disease screening program. His primary responsibilities were the ongoing monitoring of the newborn and prenatal screening programs, the evaluation of the impact of proposed program changes, and the analysis of confounding factors that interfered with accurate screening results. Themes in his current research include the evaluation of complex multi-analyte profiles for disease evaluation, finding ways to get early indications of the progress of therapy in infants receiving gene therapy or HSCT for severe combined immunodeficiency, and other disorders, and the ethical, legal, and social implications of evolving genetic technology. Following Dr. Currier, we will hear from Dr. Stephen Kingsmore, who is president and CEO of Rady Children's Institute for Genomic Medicine, where he leads a multidisciplinary team of researchers and clinicians. They specialize in the fastest use of whole genome sequencing to identify rare genetic disorders and help critically ill newborns and children in intensive care to receive rapid precision medicine. Among his achievements, Dr. Kingsmore holds the world record for the fastest molecular diagnosis using whole genome sequencing in just 19.5 hours. Dr. Kingsmore received the Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery, Obstetrics, Science, and Doctor of Science degrees from the Queen's University of Belfast. He trained in clinical immunology in Northern Ireland and did a residency in internal medicine and a fellowship in rheumatology at Duke University Medical Center. Finally, we will be hearing from Dr. Robert Green, who is a physician scientist and professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, who directs the Genomes to People research program. His empirical research and policy development is accelerating the implementation of genomic and precision medicine. His work has established the safety and feasibility of disclosing various forms of genetic risk information, assessed the impact of whole genome sequencing in primary care, created the concept of aggregate penetrance of genomic variants in a prospective population cohort, and provided early data on the clinical utility and cost effectiveness of genomic sequencing in healthy adults, the MedSeq project, in newborns, the BabySeq project, and in active duty military personnel, the MilSeq project. Dr. Green has established the world's first academically affiliated, family-oriented preventive genomics clinic in Boston, co-founded a tech-enabled telegenomics company, Genome Medical. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Berg.
Great, thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. As Cindy said, I was the co-PI to Cindy during the NC Nexus project, and certainly was a really great experience. Can I go to the next slide? So, I think part of the inspiration for the NSIGHT Consortium comes from the, many of the sort of predictions that started coming out around the uses of genomic sequencing as it really became clear that, soon, and currently that is now, the cost of sequencing genomes is really, makes it accessible for many different purposes. And so this is a quote from Francis Collins that suggests that as we learn about effective interventions for genetic risk factors and recognize that interventions early in life provide significant advantages, it will become more and more compelling to determine this information at birth. I think that's really the nature of what newborn screening is really about. Next slide. So for the NC Nexus project, which is the North Carolina Newborn Exome Sequencing for Universal Screening, and I'm sorry if there's some animations here, we sequenced 2 cohorts of patients. One of them came from a healthy pregnancy, so these were healthy newborns, and we recruited the parents and enrolled them in the study prenatally, so while the pregnancy was still ongoing, so that they would have some time to review study materials and so forth prior to the birth of the child. And then the second cohort was a group of infants and children who came from clinics at UNC who already had conditions that had been identified through newborn screening. So we were able to take patients from the metabolic clinic, for example, and from the hearing loss clinic, and essentially use those patients as a way to gauge how well the sequencing would have identified diagnoses. We defined several different categories for result disclosure that's defined by clinical actionability. I'm not going to go into the details of how we define clinical actionability, but that work has been published. I'll show you the categories in an upcoming slide. All of the parents completed an online decision aid, so quite a lot of the research had to do with how parents would engage with material that was trying to educate them about the exome sequencing and what kind of information they could learn. I'm not going to present anything about that today. That's work that was led by Don Bailey at RTI. Everyone in the study essentially received results for what we defined as the next generation sequencing newborn screen, which would be our childhood onset actionable condition. So this would include anything that was on the current recommended uniform screening panel, as well as other conditions that we felt met similar criteria. And of course, not all patients will have received anything from those categories. The parents were then randomized to 2 groups for a study of whether they would be interested in additional genomic findings outside of the kind of conditions that would be typical to newborn screening. So they were either randomized to a decision arm or a control arm. There's extensive parental survey research that was done in this study, and I won't have time to present much of that. That was largely led by Chris Rini, and there will be kind of interesting findings about what the parental preferences indicated. Next slide. So I just wanted to start by mentioning the team, and obviously projects like this have very large number of participators. Cindy and Don and I kind of served as the leadership of the grant, but there were a number of people in the lab and in the clinic that helped with this project. So as I mentioned, there were several categories of information. We defined this based on whether it met a threshold for clinical actionability. Conditions that we felt were childhood onset and medically actionable were put into the NGS-NBS category, and that, as I mentioned, were reported to all participants if they had any. Then we had a category of excluded information, which would have been adult onset, non-actionable conditions, and we decided as a group simply not to report them to any participants. For obvious reasons related to the ethics of genetic testing in children. But then there's a middle category of additional information that maybe are conditions not quite meeting the threshold of actionability, or statuses like carrier status for recessive disorders, or adult onset medically actionable conditions, which were part of this sort of additional randomized trial where we wanted to assess parental preferences and the kind of potential psychosocial implications of having to make decisions about that information. So that was in the optional category for those that were randomized into the decision arm. Next slide. And I just want to preface that, I'm going to show some of the molecular results, and it's really important, and you all are quite familiar with the idea of sensitivity and specificity and how that affects the false negatives and false positives of any given screen. And clearly with analyte tests, where there's a nice difference in the distribution of the blue and the red analyte concentrations between unaffected and affected individuals, when we look at a genetic variant, we are essentially assigning it to a qualitative classification from benign or likely benign to likely pathogenic or pathogenic, and then a large category of variant of uncertain significance in between. And although there's not really any way to quantify the probability of pathogenicity, the guidelines for sequence variant interpretation tell us that variants that are essentially 100% known to be pathogenic are called pathogenic. Variants that are greater than 90% likely to be pathogenic are classified as likely pathogenic. And then you have your known benign and known and likely benign categories. But the variant of uncertain significance category is certainly very, very wide. And I would argue that for genetic testing, where we gain sensitivity comes from how far into the VUSs we want to report things, because those are variants that might be pathogenic, but they also might not be. But that also then affects the specificity of the test, because again, those variants may not be pathogenic. Next slide. So using genomic sequencing as a screen really leads you to this problem of positive predictive value. And if we were to restrict the variants of returning only the known pathogenic variants, which would essentially have 100% specificity, we would sacrifice the detection of some true positives because those variants might be rare or private, and it would not meet our threshold for a known pathogenic variant. If we dropped our threshold for specificity and included results with anything less than 99.999% specificity, we would have more false positives than true positives in a large population screen, and that would then have downstream costs and consequences that would be important for us to consider. Next click. So, in metabolic conditions that are already on the newborn screen, we can set a threshold so that we get a certain number of false positives, ensuring that we pick up all of the true positives, but then use a secondary test to essentially confirm or refute that initial screening finding. And the challenge for a molecular test is that we don't always have a secondary enzyme test or other analyte that we could use to verify that finding as being pathogenic. So it really raises the question of whether we should even be thinking about using the likely pathogenic results, which, as I mentioned, could have as much as a 90% likelihood of pathogenicity, which in a population screen would give you massive numbers of false positives. Versus, should we taper the degree of variant return based on what types of available follow-up there are? So we'll come back to that at the end. Next click. So in Nexus, we basically took these two different cohorts and we assigned the analysts to the cases without telling them what cohort they came from. So essentially that first molecular analysis was done blinded to whether this was an affected or unaffected individual. The analysts looked at all of the genes, all the variants in the genes that were in the next-gen sequencing newborn screen, and would report essentially the variants that we thought were pathogenic or likely pathogenic in this case. And the result then would be a positive or negative screen result. After that happened and the analyst had registered their result from a blinded analysis, they were then unblinded so that they could know whether it was an individual from the metabolic cohort, for example, or the hearing loss cohort. And then they were going to look at a second list of genes that would be included for diagnostic analysis of those, the relevant genes, essentially. And in this case, we would return a positive, negative, or inconclusive result, which would include the VUSs. And this way, we would be able to return results to patients with one of the, from the affected cohorts to give their molecular results, but also to evaluate how well the screening would have done if we had only resulted as a positive or negative screen. All of the results were confirmed in the CLIA lab at UNC and reported through the official electronic health record. Next slide. So from the affected cohorts, we had 17 metabolic patients, and we were able to identify clearly causative variants for 15 out of the 17 without even knowing that they had that diagnosis. So a fairly reasonable clinical sensitivity, although small numbers. We had a couple of false negatives, which are very interesting. One of them was due to a single heterozygous pathogenic variant in the gene associated with maple syrup urine disease in a patient with maple syrup urine disease. So this is probably an example where the second variant is not detectable by the exome sequencing, either because it's a deletion that we weren't able to identify, or a deep intronic variant that affected splicing in some way. So, those types of false negatives are going to depend on the sequencing technology that's being used and what the analytics are to look for the variants. The second false negative, we think, was a homozygous missense variant. It's a variant of uncertain significance in the MLY-CD gene in a patient with malonyl-CoA decarboxylase deficiency. So it's very likely that this missense variant is the cause of that patient's disease, but it was a unique variant, hadn't been reported previously, and so it was a variant of uncertain significance. So both of these are reported as inconclusive on our diagnostic report, and I think it's appropriate if you're thinking about a patient with MSUD to report a single heterozygous pathogenic variant. And if a patient had malonyl-CoA decarboxylase deficiency, you'd want to see the homozygous missense variant. And so from a diagnostic standpoint, those make sense. The question would be, how often would you find a carrier for MSUD in the healthy population? And in fact, you would find that at a much higher rate than you would actual patients with MSUD. So reporting all carriers for MSUD would lead to a large number of results. Similarly, you'd be reporting a lot of missense variants of uncertain significance if you allowed the results to be returned as a VUS. In the hearing loss cohort, we didn't have quite as high a clinical sensitivity. In fact, only about 5 out of the 28 patients had a clearly diagnostic result. There's a number of reasons for this, in part because hearing loss might be non-genetic. There were some additional results that we felt after unblinding would be reasonable to return as an inconclusive finding. So this this may be a less efficient way to screen for hearing loss than actually using the phenotypic screening. Next slide. So of the essentially the full cohort of patients and looking at the genes that we included in the NGS NBS, so this would be outside of the categories that would be seen in the inborn errors or the hearing loss group, we found a patient with a heterozygous LDLR pathogenic variant for familial hypercholesterolemia. That was not known to us when the patient was enrolled, but the family did report a family history of hypercholesterolemia, so it made sense in retrospect. We found a novel splice variant in a DSC2 gene associated with a type of cardiomyopathy. We found a patient with 2 heterozygous factor 11 variants that probably indicates a bleeding disorder, and a female which was heterozygous for an OTC pathogenic variant. Now we reported this, she also had PKU, which was interesting, but she had this additional OTC pathogenic variant that's probably a hypomorphic variant and was actually found in some of her male family members. Next. So of the additional information that could be obtained by parents randomized to that additional part of the study, I'm going to go to the next slide. Go ahead and click. Sorry, I shouldn't have put all these animations in. So there were 45 parents out of the group that were randomized to the decision arm, and 41 of them requested at least one other category of information. And this could indicate how motivated the parents were to participate in the study. It's unclear whether 90% of the general population would have requested at least one other category of information, but that certainly indicates that there's great interest among parents for this type of information. And 34 of them asked for all 3 categories. We did find one adult onset medically actionable finding in one of these children. So it's a gene associated with increased risk for ovarian cancer. We found a child with actually what looked like a non-medically actionable diagnostic finding. This child actually unknown to us when enrolling, at least to the molecular side, was enrolled because of hearing loss, but also had a very complex medical history, including some renal problems. And putting everything together, it looks like this non-medically actionable finding is actually the diagnostic result for the child's complex medical condition. So thinking about genomic sequencing as a screen, I think you'll hear from others, perinatal period is certainly a difficult time to conduct informed consent. That may be different when there's a child with a phenotype that needs sequencing immediately for making a diagnosis than it would be for a parent of a healthy child. We should be thinking about our tolerance for false positives and overdiagnosis. And here I'm defining overdiagnosis as the increased or the molecular diagnoses that are made in people where due to incomplete penetrance or variable expressivity, they may never manifest symptoms of those conditions. So they'll always have a molecular diagnosis, but not necessarily develop clinical symptoms, and that would be a type of overdiagnosis. So between those two things, we need to be thinking about how to gauge what we return, what types of variants and what conditions we return, thinking about the consequences of missing a diagnosis, thinking about the availability of gold standard follow-up tests, what would we be recommending for the management plan subsequent to that molecular diagnosis, and what would be the economic impact and the societal consequences of doing that. So it's going to require a great deal of additional work to be thinking through what would make sense for a next generation sequencing newborn screening. I would argue that we should be starting with a subset of the most well understood, highly actionable conditions that could be analyzed in a targeted way in newborns rather than exome or genome sequencing. And that's I think my personal conclusion from the NC Nexus study. Next slide. The things that we've been working on in my research group now are, really thinking about age-based genomic screening. So thinking about how we can integrate population-level targeted genetic screening for highly actionable age-relevant conditions and working those into routine wellness visits for newborns and children. So if you can just click again, we would envision that there may be several time points during pediatric care at which you could offer genomic screening for conditions relevant to those age groups. And this might avoid some of the challenging LC conditions related to sequencing in newborns and children, allow parents to focus on things relevant to their child at that time, and not necessarily front load everything on newborn screening. And then finally, the advantage of this would be that it gradually introduces genomic screening to children over time. And as they become adolescents and they start to engage in this decision-making process, they'll actually be even more prepared to engage in making decisions about adult onset conditions or their own health screening in adulthood. So this is the paradigm that we're currently working on. And I use that as, I use the quote from Francis Collins. Yeah, you can go ahead to that. I slightly modified Dr. Collins's quote to say that it'll become more and more compelling to determine some of this information at birth and other information throughout the individual's lifespan. I think that's the end of my slides. I think I have an acknowledgement at the very end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Berg. We will have time at the end of all the 4 presentations to take questions and comments from the committee members and organizational representatives. Our next speaker, as I said, will be Dr. Robert Currier. We'll just bring up his slides. All right, go ahead. Bob, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
We'd like to thank the committee for the invitation to present some of our results. Next, please. I have no financial interest to disclose. Next, please. The fundamental questions that the NBSeq study sought to answer were whether whole exome sequencing could replace MSMS screening for inborn errors of metabolism, and how WES could supplement or augment MSMS screening. Next, please. Our answer to these questions and our evidence was recently published in Nature Medicine. I only have time to present an overview of our approach and the results. Next, please. To address our main question, we sequenced dried blood spots obtained from the California Biobank program under an approved protocol to sequence de-identified samples. The biobank includes dried blood spots from all the newborns screened between 2006 and 2013. There were 4.5 million children born and screened in this period. From these, there were a total of about 1,300 affected with any screened metabolic disorder. We requested the comprehensive set of these. We also requested all 13 known cases where mass spec failed to identify a screened metabolic disease. In addition, we were looking at around 400 cases where mass spec screen was positive, but these newborns were ultimately found to be unaffected. Next, please. The false positive samples were not a random sample. They consisted of all the false positive results for 6 screening tests: PKU, MSUD, IVA, VLCAD, LCHAD, and GA2. These disorders were selected because they have large numbers of false positives or because the overlapping profiles in the MSMS screen make the differential diagnosis more challenging. Samples from the NICU were excluded to avoid the effects of prematurity in treatment. Next, please. Of the 1728 requested samples, 538 were omitted from the study because of budgetary constraints, diagnosis with a non-screen disorder, or failure of quality control on the resulting DNA. The remaining 1190 exomes were divided into a validation set of 178 and a test set of 1012. In order to model newborn screening, it was essential that the interpretation pipeline be completely automated. The analysis of the validation set showed that it was necessary to include rare protein altering variants with an MAF of less than 0.005. Next, please. Of the 674 affected cases in the test set, only 377 would have been identified using curated variants. Including rare and predicted variants brings the total to 571, but that still leaves 103 missed by exome-seq screening. Next, please. Waiting for disease prevalence, exome screening had a sensitivity of 88% and a specificity of 95%, which compares unfavorably with current MSMS screening. Restricting to only curated variants improves the specificity with a significant hit to the sensitivity. Next, please. The sensitivity varied by disorder. For many, the exome was 100% sensitive. And for BKT, the exome found both cases where analyte screening missed one of them. Next, please. However, even in some canonical newborn disorders like PKU and MCAD, the exome pipeline failed to identify some individuals. The secondary conditions and additional conditions group showed similar overall sensitivity. Next, please. Because this study included the false positive results for PKU, we had the opportunity to examine the performance of sequencing as a screening test for PKU. The first point to notice is that of the 108 variants identified in the study samples, 23 or roughly 20% were absent from ClinVar. Next, please. Using the recently published guidelines for variant classification in PAH from ClinGen, only 6 could be called pathogenic, with the remainder being variants of uncertain significance. Next, please. Using the results of the clinical follow-up of positive PKU screens, we can divide the study cohort into 5 groups: 67 classical PKU, 27 variant hyper-Phe, 34 benign hyper-Phe, 31 false positive screens, and 1,023 negatives. PKU is an autosomal recessive condition where mutations in both copies of the gene lead to disease, so we can now break down each of these phenotypes, phenotypes groups further by the number of variants they had in the PAH gene. In green are individuals who had 2 variants flagged in PAH by the pipeline. Of the 128 cases diagnosed clinically with either classic PKU or hyper-Phe, the predominant majority, around 94%, had 2 variants. Among the 1,023 PKU controls, there were 30 with a single PAH variant, which is roughly 3%. This frequency is consistent with the expected carrier frequencies in the ethnic group represented by the screen population. Most interestingly, among the 31 MSMS false positive cases, we found that 16 of them, around half, also had 2 variants in the PAH gene. Next, please. Yeah. Delving into the cases that had 2 variants, we can now break these in by the pathogenicity classification of each variant within the pair. Next, please. No. Okay, back, please. I guess the animation's gone. No, there, just stay there. For the classic PKU cases, both variants in the diplotype were most often pathogenic. Interestingly, even in classic PKU, 11 cases, that is roughly 15% of them, had one of the variants as a variant of uncertain significance. And among the MSMS false positive cases with 2 variants, approximately 1/3 of them had 2 variants in the diplotype annotated as pathogenic. Next, please. For common variants, we can create maps connecting the 2 variants to the phenotype. The center ring is colored by the pathogenicity of the variant. The second ring is divided into segments for individuals and shaded by the second variant pathogenicity. The outer ring represents the phenotype and is shaded accordingly. The naive view is represented by the plot on the lower right. 2 pathogenic variants produce classic PKU. But the upper left diagram shows the complexity of the situation. Even though both variants are called pathogenic, the result is mild or no disease. Next, please. Sequencing for screening, in effect, reverses the process of diagnostic sequencing. Rather than identifying the genetic cause of an existing phenotype, screening seeks to infer a future phenotype from the existing genetic variants. In this study, roughly 1/3 of variants had not been seen before, so it was hard to make inferences. The difficulty was increased by the ethnic diversity of the California population, and inferences about disease severity from pathogenicity assertions of individual variants in autosomal recessive disorders are not straightforward. Next, please. Next. Great. A feature of the Insight program was an important integrated LC program. The NBC group convened the Insight Ethics and Policy Advisory Board, including representatives from all 4 of the Insight groups, plus other experts in law, ethics, law, policy, and medicine. The group considered 4 contexts in which genetic sequencing might be applied to newborns. 1, clinical care of sick infants, particularly in the NICU. 2, public health newborn screening. 3, routine pediatric care of healthy newborns. And 4, direct-to-consumer genetic testing. Next, please. The conclusion of the deliberations can be summarized by the title of the final report. Sequencing Newborns, a call for nuanced use of genomic technologies. Next, please. In summary, at this time, WES alone is not suitable as a sole screening methodology for inborn errors of metabolism. For selected disorders, sequencing was as good as MSMS, and sequence information could reduce false positive results and could facilitate an accurate and timely case resolution. For any project like this, it takes a large team to accomplish the goals. I would like to express my thanks to them all and my pleasure at being included in the group. We want to thank our funders at NHGRI and NICHD for their ongoing encouragement during the course of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Courier. Our next speaker will be Dr. Kingsmore. It looks like your slides are up and ready.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you all. I'm pretty excited to do so. So I'm going to emphasize 2 points in terms of this committee's charter. The first is technical information to develop heritable disorders program priorities. So I'm going to focus on that, technical information to help you develop heritable disorders program priorities. And the second theme will be another of your charter recommendations, which is recommendations to reduce morbidity and mortality from heritable disorders in newborns and children. So I'm going to talk about newborns and children who are suffering with symptoms in an intensive care unit setting with disorders that are suggestive of a heritable disorder. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, 3 factors are coalescing right now to revolutionize the approach to diagnosis and screening. The first one is the exponential decrease in the cost of genome sequencing, which stands now at roughly $600 to $700 for a genome sequence. Next slide, please. The second one is something which this program did, the Insight program at our site, which was a desire to make genome sequencing, clinical genome sequencing, be relevant in terms of the timeliness aspect of newborn screening. Could we indeed return results in 2 days, as is necessary for unstable children with suspected heritable disorders? And the good news is that during the period of award, we were able to reduce the time to result and to move that into a production phase. What you see there in the orange dots are various times in which we can make a diagnosis. That's time from dried blood spot to diagnosis and issuing a verbal provisional report. And the new benchmark, which isn't actually yet published, is about 13.5 hours. What that translates to in a production environment is that we can certainly meet that 2-day turnaround time with a clinical whole genome sequence. Next slide. This is the current pipeline. This is a little bit technical, but let me walk you through it. So we start off with a typical punch or couple of punches from a dried blood spot. We have done this again with the same resource that Robert Courier mentioned in his presentation. It's Archive California dried blood spots dating back in some cases to 20 years old. So what we've done is to validate that they indeed can generate a high quality clinical genome sequence. For most of the work that we're doing, we're getting consent and phlebotomy and actually building those dried blood spots on the spot in the intensive care unit. But as I say, we've done this on archive samples. The first step is to get the DNA ready for genome sequencing, and that is now possible in 80 minutes. There is a new prep that both involves DNA extraction and library preparation as a single automated protocol with minimal hands-on time by a laboratory specialist. We then run the genome sequencing, 2x100 nucleotides. It's really the identical protocol to an exome. It's just that we've stripped away the exome steps so that we put the library immediately onto a sequencer, and using the latest generation of Illumina instruments, recipes, and flow cells, we can now complete genome sequencing in less than 12 hours. We then use another Illumina technology, the Dragon platform, which uses hyperthreading to greatly expedite the computational side of genome-wide variant calling. And this currently takes about 45 minutes. It really scales with the full genome coverage. So a 30x genome will take 30 minutes, a 45x genome will take 45 minutes. In addition, since most of our children are actually in an intensive care unit and have a medical record that has useful information in terms of narrowing the differential diagnosis, we use natural language processing to extract from non-structured text the clinical features that summarize a child's illness. And on average, we wind up with somewhere like 80 to 250 clinical features describing that child illness. That's the CliniThink electronic health record natural language processing step. Finally, during the period of award, we have prototyped and clinically validated now the use of artificial intelligence to take those two inputs, roughly 5 million genomic variants and 150 clinical features, and parse that against approximately 6,000 genetic diseases, and to do so in about 10 minutes and provide for a lab director inspection an automated provisional diagnosis. So this is the state of play right now today in terms of what's possible with whole genome sequencing. And it may be surprising to you, but it really, I think, underscores that this technology increasingly is ready for the sickest of patients in hospitals, but also is ready for consideration, technically at any rate, from the newborn screening perspective. Next slide. One thing which, yes, let's just take a quick look at that. One thing which Jonathan had mentioned was the analytic performance. Now, for a long time now, maybe 5 years, we've known that the analytic performance for single nucleotide variants of next generation sequencing, whether exome sequencing or genome sequencing, was best in class. Precision and recall of 99.9%, better than, say, Sanger sequencing or other traditional methods of genotyping. But more recently, using this Dragon technology and genome in a bottle samples, we've been able to improve its capabilities for other variant calls. And so really it's now also best in class for short insertion deletion nucleotide variants, and also now for structural variants and copy number variants. These precision and recall numbers may not seem perfect to you, and they're not, but they are substantially better than microarray, which is the gold standard technology currently in use. So really, in terms of clinical diagnostics, this now is the platform of choice. Next slide. So I mentioned this briefly, that these are the timeliness goals that you're aiming for with newborn screening, and there's 2 of them, not 1. And so we actually have built 2 flavors of rapid genome sequencing, one called Rapid or R, and the other called Ultra Rapid. And they really correspond to those 2 types of conditions, the time critical conditions and the other conditions. And I don't think there's any doubt that rapid whole genome sequencing meets the timeliness goals at this juncture. Next slide. And this just underscores what I've showed you. This is actually production. So this is a production environment without all the bells and whistles that I've shown you in terms of some of the newer technologies. And you can see that last month, October, our median turnaround time in the ultra rapid was 30 hours in clinical production. And that's before we've implemented a number of those very new features that underpin a 13.5-hour genome. And so we can anticipate that this graph over the next year will continue to decline pretty rapidly down towards less than 24 hours. Next slide. So a bit like the others, this was a huge project and I can't review all of our results. I'm going to review one clinical trial, the so-called INSIGHT-2 clinical trial. It was a randomized controlled trial of 213 infants in neonatal intensive care units. There was the odd infant who was in the PICU or the CVICU, but most were in a regional NICU. Could you just click again, please? We've got some builds here. So the experimental design is shown there, 213 infants in an ICU with a critical illness of unknown etiology at time of admission. We purposefully limited enrollment to the first 96 hours of admission. Our goal here is to have genome sequencing be done as a first tier test to minimize that window of abbreviated empirical treatment and to be able to treat disorders where disease progression occurs very rapidly, such as certain infantile encephalopathies. The methods are what I've just shown you, but now we're looking at the results, which are summarized, are a summary of 3 different articles in American Journal of Human Genetics, which are shown there. So first of all, our diagnostic rate varied dependent on the modality. It was 21% for rapid genome or exome. It was 46% for ultra rapid because there's different selection criteria in those 2 groups. And those positive results were returned in a median of 2 days. So we then had physician questionnaires and parental questionnaires in terms of how useful is this information? Does it change management and does it change outcomes? And what you can see is the answer is yes, that for the vast majority of positive results, it changes management, and dramatically in 39%, it changed outcome according to physician perception. When it came to parental perceptions, and this ties into the ethical, legal, and social implications of research that my co-investigators have spoken about, we were keen to get parental perspectives. And there they were even more black and white, where really there was no concern, there was no realized concern in terms of anxiety or depression as a result of returning genomic results in an ICU setting in a newborn. Could you click on the next 2, please? What was very much surprising for us, sorry, just back up, thank you. However, was the utility of negative results. Now, a genome is very different than a screen for selected conditions. It's very different from an exome. Because we are decoding the entire genome, we can actually scan the entire gene region, introns and exons, and in many cases can rule out specific differentials. And this therefore has huge negative predictive value in terms of physician perception of whether the child has a genetic disease. And so 72% of clinicians reported that negative results had clinical utility. In 16%, it changed outcome. And in 16% it changed clinical management during the NICU stay, and in 8% it changed outcome. When it came to parents, again, it was more black and white. What we found, to put it in layman's terms, is that the report that we had ruled out the genetic disorders on the differential diagnosis list was very good news to most parents and did indeed change, in many instances, some of their decision-making in terms of care intensity. Next slide. So putting this in perspective, when this work was started, there was very little evidence for what I've just shown you. Now there is quite a bit of evidence. There are 19 published studies, and the weighted average, as you can see at the bottom, really fits quite well with what I just showed you in the INSIGHT study. So certainly what we found was not an outlier, that across 1,600 patients, about a third get a diagnosis, a little bit over a quarter. We have a change in utility or clinical utility for the results. I would say that the study I've shown you is the only one really yet to look in detail at negative results and their clinical utility. And we have substantial changes in outcome. Next slide. So I'm going to talk just in the last couple of slides about where we're at in terms of global implementation. This technology, as you know, was born in the US. The first studies were done in the US, but other countries with public health systems are able to make policy decisions faster than us with our federated system. And so in fact, it's now policy in Wales and England for children who are inpatients and have diseases of unknown etiology to get a rapid genome sequencing test. That's now policy decision in the National Health Service in both of those countries. Australia started out with rapid exomes, but more recently they have moved also to rapid genomes, and they are also in the implementation phase nationally in terms of having this be available for all inpatient infants who have diseases of unknown etiology. In the US, we've lagged a bit behind. Right now, I'm showing you the sites that we know of who are doing rapid genome sequencing in intensive care units. There's 58 of them currently. But I want to focus in on the 3 state projects because these are really public health projects. In each case, these are implementation studies. They're not really research studies, so they're being performed as quality improvement projects without consent. And there are 3 of them. There's Project Baby Deer in Michigan, Baby Manatee in Florida, and Baby Bear in California. I'll show you the results of the latter since it's now complete. Next slide. So there were 5 participating sites. We enrolled 183 infants. They covered all of the geographies and ethnicities of our very diverse state. And the intent in this study was to explore clinical utility and economic value in Medicare newborns. Next slide. The diagnosis rate was similar to the studies I've shown you, all told 43%. The proportion who had a change in care also was similar to the previous studies, 31%. And time to result, it's a bit cut off, I apologize. The median turnaround time was 3 days in terms of time to result. Next slide. And just one more click, please. 2 slides on the cost impact. The first on the left shows cost effectiveness modeling in the patients, and we stratified this according to time to result. So this is essentially a sensitivity analysis. The actual time to result was 3 days, but we modeled a 7 and a 14-day turnaround time. And what we found was that there was significant cost savings both for the hospitals and for Medicare with a 3-day turnaround time, but that it was about break even with 7-day turnaround time and net cost additive for 14-day turnaround time. More recently, we have started to model ongoing cost of care. We're still modeling this data, but what we are finding, which should be no surprise, is that the cost savings are not limited to that initial hospitalization, that they continue to accrue in the out years. We will need our population to grow a little bit to model this more fully, but net in aggregate, the message is quite clear across this and now 3 other studies that this is net cost savings for Medicare. Next slide. Baby Manatee, I don't have time to go into it, but similar findings. And I think one more click has the yes, has the cost savings. I don't really have time to go into this, but a similar approach and a similar result. The modeling was done somewhat differently from us. Next slide. So wrapping up, we believe that the Wilson-Younger criteria can be applied to newborn screening by whole genome sequencing. Obviously, there are quite a few changes. It becomes allele-driven rather than disorder-driven. And as with traditional newborn screening, we need an entire system of delivery, and that they focus solely on just the diagnostic piece, or the screening piece will not be sufficient. And we need a strong focus on immediate implementation of interventions. And so as part of this, we have focused on developing a list, as has Genome England, of disorders that could be piloted for newborn screening using whole genome sequencing. The British started before us, but thanks to COVID, they are now behind us in terms of their planning. We've identified about 500 conditions that we feel kind of meet the criteria. We haven't done the type of in-depth analysis that this committee would require for a recommendation, but we focused in on those, and we are now preparing for each of those the equivalent of action sheets in terms of what are those indicated interventions, and are we certain that they would indeed change the outcome in these conditions. Next slide. And this just shows one of the pages, a condition that we've diagnosed in one individual, Timothy syndrome. This normally presents as sudden infant death syndrome, but if you can pick it up in a child before they have a ventricular tachydysrhythmia, then it's eminently treatable, initially with propranolol. You then proceed to add mixilotine, and if you have dysrhythmias, despite those two medications, you add an AICD, an implantable defibrillator, which can now be done in infants, and you may also need a pacemaker. And I think that was my last slide. Sorry, summary. Rapid and ultra-rapid genome sequencing is now being widely adopted for infants and children with heritable disorders, albeit sadly, we are losing the race to other first world countries. The current application for which the evidence pretty strongly supports is inpatient infants and children with diseases of unknown etiology. And that's a very broad bin, as you can imagine, all different types of conditions, neurologic, metabolic, but pretty much every other organ system is included. And we do believe that the technology at this juncture, this was not true when we started the INSIGHT project, but we do feel that now, thanks in large measure to the INSIGHT study, it is possible to foresee adaptation of the technology to provide newborn screening for disorders that meet the criteria, and that it might be possible within the next few years to see the cost of operating that be within the realm of what might potentially be feasible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kingsmore. Our last speaker will be Dr. Robert Green.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Appreciate the invitation. Great to see the INSIGHT band back together again, and really enjoying seeing the previous presentations as the data has been analyzed and presented. I'll be speaking on BabySeq project, and I'll be focusing on the sequencing of healthy newborns and how this may relate to a more global change in the healthcare system toward preventive genomics. Next slide, please. I want to indicate my support and disclosures, which you see there. I'm compensated for advisory services to the companies you see there. And as was mentioned at the beginning, I co-founded a telegenomics company called Genome Medical. Next slide, please. So we've been trying to focus on translational genomics like many of the previous speakers, and really this comes down to costs, risks, and benefits, particularly if you're talking about screening, which I've become convinced that we are, and we we need to go ahead and use the language of screening when we're talking about newborn sequencing. However, I have always thought of it as different from newborn, just for the record, I want to say that everything I'm talking about is going to be speaking about voluntary screening of newborns at this moment in time. Nothing related to required. Next slide, please. We do have a suite of research programs, and this BabySeq fits into them. And so a lot of the work I'm going to be presenting is sort of evolved through these different programs. The major ones you see in the large type, and the smaller ones where we're playing a supportive role in the smaller type. Next slide. And also, like everyone else, want to acknowledge this wonderful team of the BabySeq project, particularly Alan Beggs, with whom I was the MPI for this project, and we led it together every step of the way. But you can also see Heidi Ream, Kurt Christensen, Ingrid Holm, and Amy, who have supported us at the senior people supporting us throughout the way. Amy McGuire. Next slide, please. So we designed this from the beginning as a randomized trial. Now, it really had two parts. We actually started off with a randomized trial of newborns in the ICU, but unlike Stephen's work, we didn't select for babies that would be most likely to benefit from sequencing. We were very curious as to whether if you sequenced all comers, you would find unanticipated information. And the answer, at least in the small sample size that we had, was no, that is not a good idea. Stephen is right. You should really focus on the people for whom you can carve out that indication-based thing. We just didn't find enough in sort of a random selection of NICU babies. So I'm going to concentrate mostly on the right side of this, which was our randomized trial of healthy newborns. Next slide. Some of the decisions we made early on were that we were going to look initially at childhood onset, but that included adolescence, so it cast a broad net. We were going to look at disease gene associations that had strong or moderate evidence. We were going to look primarily at those with high or moderate penetrance. We defined all these as best we could, and that were somewhat actionable in childhood, although we cast a very broad net for what actionable meant. Later on, we added a very limited number of adult onset conditions, mostly associated with the ACMG 59. And from the very beginning, and I think this has really been the case throughout most people who are trying to screen with genomics, we only reported pathogenic and likely pathogenic variants. We simply, if there was not an indication for this, we simply did not report variants of uncertain significance. The history of VUSs, I think, supports this because they often get reclassified, and when they're reclassified, they are predominantly, not exclusively, but predominantly reclassified in a benign direction. Next slide, please. And go ahead and click so we get through the animation, but yeah, right there. Nope, one back, thanks. I guess Stephen was describing, I didn't realize, Stephen, you were making a list. We have been trying to make a list because although you can do all 20,000 genes, you can do all 6,000 to 8,000 genes ever been associated in the literature with human disease. If you're screening, as Jonathan pointed out, you really have a responsibility to focus on strong disease gene associations. And so this shows you how we first took about 1,500 genes, separated out the ones we felt had strong and definitive evidence, then further separated out the ones we felt had high or moderate penetrance, and the ones that we felt had some aspect of age of onset below the age of 18. And then you can see over on the right how that broke down finally into into 954 genes that met our reporting criteria. And this became the BabySeq list. Other countries have been very curious about this because you can certainly disagree with our precepts, but there was a very logical, rational way we chose to try to develop the list. Next slide, please. Now, the demographics of our enrolled parents were primarily white and primarily non-Hispanic. If you go on to the next slide, but not exclusively so. This is an interesting slide. When we published this, it got widely interpreted to mean nobody wants healthy genome sequencing for their babies, but I don't really see it that way. As Jonathan said, it's a really tough time to approach people as we did on the newborn unit in the 24 hours after they've just had a baby. Conventional newborn screening, their baby's just whisked away, the heel stick is done. More than half the time, as I understand, people don't even remember that it got done. For this, we had to go through a consent process. It was rather lengthy. And we actually required a blood draw. Nobody wanted their newborn baby stuck. So there were a lot of people who said, first of all, I'm not interested in any research, go away, I'm exhausted, or just didn't give us a reason. But then when we sat down and talked to people about the reasons for which that they were disinterested, you can see that privacy and discrimination was very high on the list. A few people were frightened about return of results, but most people, if you were going to pick one reason, were concerned about the study logistics because we were on a big regional newborn birthing unit and people had to come back in person for our protocol. I will say that of the people who agreed to sit down with us and hear a description of the study, 60% went ahead and agreed. So this is an interesting ascertainment bias question. When not for a single study do we go door to door in the United States and try to recruit every single person. We always have some sort of pre-screening, pre-ascertainment going on, whether they're already a patient with us, a patient in our healthcare system, a member of a biobank, picked us out of a newspaper advertisement or something. Next slide, please. Here's the medical part of what we found. When we looked at that many genes, of course, the more genes you look at, the more findings, and you look at likely pathogenic and pathogenic only, we found 11% of our ostensibly healthy babies had an unanticipated monogenic, and by that we mean a dominant heterozygote or a biallelic recessive set of findings. And there they are. And what was fascinating is for about a quarter of them, when we circled around in light of the DNA evidence and re-examined the child, for about the top 4 there, we found evidence that the condition in question was already underway, that there was already an abnormality. In another set of 5 individuals, we found, when we circled back, we found family history that had not been reported the first time that a genetic counselor had taken a gold standard family history. And then for the remaining ones, of course, that's the ones people are so worried about because that's the sort of Damocles. These babies are now living their life with their parents having the knowledge that they are at risk for one or another of these conditions. But 11% was quite a lot higher than I think most people would have imagined. Not as high as what we found in MedSeq, where we looked at, we didn't set any limits on actionability. We didn't set any limits on adult onset or childhood onset. We only reported on close to 4,000 genes that we felt had good penetrance and good disease gene association. And there it was 20%. So I think one of the things that's pretty remarkable about this, and you might disagree, but is that there are more people walking around with genetic risk factors for monogenic disease than we ever thought were out there. And there's been since us a number of studies that have supported these numbers. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of recessive carrier traits, we looked at a number in the gene list that we had. And of the ones that we looked at, I think it was 566 genes, 88% of infants had at least one carrier. And you might think, well, is that even important? But it was really interesting to the parents of reproductive age, because most of the time they had no idea they were carrying this. And actually in one of the babies, and we only had 159 babies in the sequencing arm, in one of the babies, the parents acted on this where they found a heterozygote, an unaffected recessive carrier in the baby. They checked each other, and it turned out that the other parent was a carrier too. And they went ahead to use reproductive technologies for their next baby. I guess the point here is that there's, again, an awful lot of information here that neither standard prenatal care nor any of the commercial panels are picking up in terms of what's there in these ostensibly healthy newborn babies. Next slide. And although we don't have anything like the numbers that Rob presented from California, we did just kind of look in our own small cohort at the association between what we found sequencing and what we found on newborn screening. This was sort of conflated by the bottom right, where there were 7 NICU babies, where there were abnormalities that did not turn out to be true. But what was interesting is the only one that showed up on both in our little sample was biotinidase deficiency. And there was quite a bit of, you can see the whole left column under sequencing positive. There were quite a bit of findings in the sequencing column that turned out to be present, even though they weren't, of course, alluded to on newborn screening, conventional newborn screening. Next slide. Now, the beauty of a randomized trial is that you are actually selecting for people who wanted to get sequenced and then they got disappointed. But it makes it very easy and rigorous to measure particularly the kind of short-term risks that everyone is concerned about. So here's a snapshot of looking at depression, anxiety, self-blame, or some sort of interference that the parent could report, all on standardized scales in terms of their relationship with the baby. And you can see that not only did the groups not reach any kind of clinical cutoffs, but that there were no differences between the control group, the entire group that got exome sequenced, and the gray boxes, which are the smaller group that learned they were carrying a monogenic disease risk. Next slide. Not to belabor this, but we did the same thing with validated scales of parent-child bonding disruption or child vulnerability according to the parents. And similarly, the scores were below the cutoffs, and they were not significantly different from each other in terms of the randomization. Next slide. We spent quite a lot of effort on trying to assess the downstream medical impact, and of 17 newborns with unanticipated genomic findings, there were 43 services ordered, and those broke down into 23 specialty visits and 20 other resources. And these were, of course, mostly things that were not happening in the control group. Next slide. But we could look at specifics for spending. And although the spending in the sequenced babies was higher, interestingly enough, at least with our small sample size and the wide range that we found, although the means are different, these differences are not statistically significantly different. So I think we'll need a larger sample size to really address whether this is truly going to be the kind of cost concern that so many people are worried about if in a screening situation. Next slide. We're using some of these data to model these out because what you really like to know is if you sequence a baby at birth, and you get everything that you can get, a little bit differently than Jonathan's vision of sort of reinterrogating over the lifespan. What could you learn that could save you morbidity, mortality, and even cost at every step in the developmental pipeline? Next slide. So I just mentioned that a variety of our studies have shown that there's quite a lot in the genome. We're not going to talk today about polygenics or pharmacogenomics, but our studies plus several others, again, I just think support the thesis that there's a lot of risk information in the genome that, that may be worth knowing, whether you're an infant or you're an adult. Next slide. And so I'll stop there. Again, this was a privilege to work with this group, and really thank the Child Institute and NHGRI for the funding. I think that I would leave you with just some sensitivity to a couple of terms. I hope I'm not misquoting you, Jonathan, but I hear you say diagnose a lot, even when we're talking about DNA first. And I would really reframe that differently as risk stratification. Now, it still has problems in terms of the cost benefit of screening, but it's really misleading. And I think it speaks to the ways in which we came to genomics through diagnostic testing to conflate this with diagnosis. This is not diagnosis when these are obviously healthy people, many of whom are never going to get the disease. And Dr. Curry, even you said something about inferring a future phenotype, and that's closer because the part of the question is, what is the probability that someone is going to get this condition or a precursor to this condition or a subclinical or previously unrecognized component of this condition in a certain time frame or across their entire life? So I think that's where we're heading. And those are really difficult questions to answer in an experimental form. But I think that's the challenge that lies before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Green. We'll now open it up to questions or comments from first committee members and then our organizational representatives. Thank you again to our 4 speakers today. And as a reminder, please unmute yourself and state your first and last names. Just to get us started, I'd like to ask Dr. Currier, Bob, you know, your data is pretty clear that sequencing would not be a good substitution as a first tier test for inborn errors of metabolism. But what are your thoughts about its use potentially as a second or third year test, specifically to potentially cut down on false positive results?
I think that Robert Currier, I think there's a lot of potential for that, particularly, well, for 2 reasons. One, because the number of people who would need a second tier test after primary MS screening is much smaller than the whole population. So it makes the economic impact smaller. And with the data from Dr. Kingsmore about the possibility of rapid turnaround, it suggests that even in time critical disorders, a DNA-based second tier test might be really effective if it could be essentially implemented immediately in the screening workflow.
Thank you. Let's see, May Baker.
Hi, May Baker, committee member. Well, thank you for the whole panel. That's a really good talk and a lot of questions for sure. But before I go on my question, I want to follow up with the question talk about the second tier. And I often say that I don't think I got enough attention, so I'm going to mention here again. So talk about the second tier in newborn screening setting. How many times one newborn have 5, 10 different screening positives? If in that situation, likelihood is false positives. So why we need a next-gen sequencing, whole genome to second tier? So that's, I think it just poses a question, people can think about that. So it's why when we started to do the Pompeii, and we ended up deciding to do Sanger. The reason is, if the GAA low, I have one sample, I can wait for another 10 or 20 samples to do my second tier. So you have to do right away. So just pose the question here. And my question, I have several questions, but I try to be mindful with time. A couple things very quick. One is for Dr. Kinsmo, and you talk about the turnaround time. But I'm wondering, in your thinking, have you think about the throughput? So even you have multiple studies, you talk about hundreds. The newborn screening setting, I work in Wisconsin, it's a medium or small state. So every day we have 300 to 500 samples. And it's not just one day. You have Monday, have this, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So how this throughput has been taken into the consideration. So that's, and another thing I want to quick before you answer is, I just want to be sure I catch it right, because you talk about the cost, talk about 500 for genome. So that's based on the coverage at the 30x, am I right? Okay, thank you. So if you can respond to my question, that would be great.
Sure, thank you, good questions. So first of all, in terms of secondary testing, one application area that we found a lot of traction in is immune deficiency disorders, where myriad tests are often performed to figure out what's the molecular diagnosis that causes an abnormal T-cell excision circle result. And the clock is ticking on those kids. They need to be moved into transplant or not, or gene therapy or factor supplementation. So that's a good example where I think a genomic approach makes a ton of sense. In terms of throughput, your question is excellent. This is an area that's moving pretty fast, but we now are seeing studies of 500,000 to 1 million being done in specific populations, most notably Genome England with their 500,000 cases. So the technology has changed quite dramatically, and the NovaSeq instrument with the S4 flow cell, for example, will run 48 genomes per run, per instrument. But your point is well taken that scalability to 4 million is still some way off, and I wouldn't want to suggest to the committee, now's the time to do this. I think now is a good time to be thinking about recommending a pilot study, knowing that some of the trends I've shown you are not going to stop. They're going to continue this pace of change, and probably in a 2 to 5 year time frame, I think we'll be in a good space. Yes, you're right, it was a 30x research genome. And again, I wouldn't want to mislead the committee in terms of cost. I don't believe genome sequencing would fit the types of costs that the public health system can support yet, but I am watching that curve, and it is continuing to drop. So at some point we will get there, and nobody can quite predict when. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, next, Melissa Parisi.
Thank you. This is Melissa Parisi from NICHD, and I just want to thank all 4 of the presenters and the entire teams that you all represent with regard to the quality of the presentations and the summary of your conclusions. When we embarked upon this program now almost a decade ago, when we were just starting to think about the EnSite projects and how to even conceive of sequencing in newborns, you know, at that time it wasn't even feasible to be doing whole genome sequencing on dried blood spots, and the technology has changed dramatically. And I think the projects, each of them has made seminal contributions in this arena, and each of which was unique in sort of its, you know, characterization and its goals. My question for you all is one that's maybe a little more hypothetical and sort of pie in the sky in a sense. And I guess I would ask each of the 4 project leads, if you, either one of 2 things, if you had to do it over again, what would you have done differently when you put these projects together? And or what do you think is the next logical step for this type of inquiry with regard to sequencing, and I'm going to keep it broad, sequencing in newborns, because I know that the paradigms of sequencing in the newborn screening arena, has its challenges, as has been pointed out by a number of you all in your presentations. So I'm asking a little bit more of a hypothetical question about what you would either have done differently or what you see as the next step for this type of line of inquiry. Thank you.
Maybe take in order. Jonathan, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I think I would have written the RFA differently. We were forced to use an exome or genome approach by the RFA. That was the point of the RFA, is to investigate genome sequencing. Of course, it's the NHGRI that is, really behind whole genome sequencing. That's their test of choice. But I think, for most clinicians, you don't always hit everything with a sledgehammer. And sometimes you actually want to use a fine chisel or, a very small screwdriver. And, a genome can be like a sledgehammer sometime. And I'm very much into people thinking outside of that box at targeted sequencing, which can gain some of the same economies of scale by multiplexing that you can through whole genome sequencing. You just simply aren't sequencing the irrelevant parts of the genome that you don't need to know for whatever purpose you are sequencing. So I would actually advocate that we pursue more research in targeted sequencing. I think that was the conclusion of my talk. I just want to take 1 second, if I can, to respond to something that Robert said at the end, because Robert, you I think mischaracterized a little bit what I said. A diagnosis is a diagnosis, and the reason it's a diagnosis is you have to do something about it. You could just watch and wait if you diagnose someone with a Mendelian disorder and wait to see if they develop symptoms and then treat them for them. You could decide that the best thing to do is to do something preemptive, in which you are treating them in advance of symptoms developing. And that preemptive treatment might be a surgery. It might be removing a body part. It might be a stem cell transplant. And so the very fact that you make a diagnosis that is a molecular diagnosis, that then puts the patient onto a path for management, says that you're making a diagnosis. And so I actually reject your statement that we're not making a diagnosis. For Mendelian disorders, yes, we are saying if I find an MLH1 pathogenic variant in a baby, that they are at risk to develop the symptoms of Lynch syndrome. But we're going to treat them as though they have Lynch syndrome, and we're going to start them with early screening. Now, for the child or infant, they're not going to do anything until they become an adult. So that's irrelevant information for the next 20 to 25 years.
You're running out the clock here, because I want to be able to respond.
But the point here, Robert, is these are diagnoses that we are making molecularly and that we are acting on. And that's the point. That's a molecular diagnosis.
Bob
Should I go
Currier?
next, Cynthia, or do you want to go?
No, we're going to do it in order of presentations. Bob Currier.
Okay.
Sorry, I think I'll just focus on this question of it's essentially related to what Jonathan was just saying. To what extent is a molecular diagnosis a diagnosis? And I think that there's a place for a lot more substantial research into and more subtle research about when are variants pathogenic in combination. That really it's what we need to start thinking about is pathogenicity of diplotypes rather than for Mendelian recessive disorders. And yeah, I mean, in CF, if you have a 508F deletion that's homozygous, you can go ahead and start treating, even though the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation wants you to do a sweat test before it's a diagnosis. But that's because CFTR has been studied more intensively than most genes. And so we know what's going on, even though we don't always.
Stephen Kingsmore.
Yeah, very briefly. I think that the RFA was stunningly adventurous. I think I have not seen anything come out of NIH that has been quite so cutting or bleeding edge as this ever. And I don't think it ever will again. I think you're to be hugely congratulated for a very far forward-looking RFA. I can't think of a way that it could conceivably have been done better, given the complete absence of knowledge that we had when this started. And we all skated along a learning curve, and we all wound up in places we could never have anticipated. My biggest regret, obviously, is that it was only at the end of the award that we really knew the right experimental designs, and sadly, we didn't have a follow-on project. And now I think we really are powered to do the next logical step and to result in something that we can bring to this committee as pilot projects that would seek their recommendations.
Now, Robert Green.
Okay, thanks. The only thing I really would have done different, I thought the RFA was amazing, and the only thing I would have done differently would be to have dropped the NICU hypothesis from the beginning, because it obviously was wrong. But we were pretty excited about how things turned out for us, and only wish we could do bigger sample size, could streamline the logistics of both analysis and recruitment. And we are hoping, we have a grant under review now that looks like it has a favorable score from NCATS. We are hoping to, in fact, exactly do that, expand with an emphasis on underrepresented minorities, as well as the folks that usually sign up for such projects. So we're very excited about expanding on BabySeq. Jonathan, I so admire you and your work, but I reject your rejection. I think that a diagnosis is by no means the same thing as a risk factor. And I think that is sort of the fundamental narrative flaw that is preventing us from moving genomics into the day-to-day practice of medicine. And if we can reconceptualize genomics as risk stratification, now I do agree with you, we don't always know what to do yet. And I do agree with you that if we react foolishly, we will waste resources and can even harm people. So the history of screening has demonstrated that without question. So I hope I'm not a Pollyanna here, but if we carefully choose what we want to screen, and we carefully titrate what we do afterwards rather than react as if it were a diagnosis, then I think we have an opportunity to really make a public health difference.
Right, thank you. I'm going to take the questions from the next three individuals who now have their hands raised. So first is Georgianne Arnold.
This is for Dr. Green. On the slide you presented with I think it was 10% of patients who turned out to have a Mendelian disorder. What was the denominator in that again? Can you remind me?
Yes, it was 159 people who were exome sequenced, and about 900 genes that were looked at, both dominant and recessive. And of those, 11% had a mono, we specifically used, because of the discussion we've just been having, Georgianne, that we specifically used the term monogenic disease risk, MDR, and 11% had that. And that was either a dominant mutation or biallelic recessive.
I forgot to introduce myself. I'm with Society of Inherited Metabolic Disorders. And those 157 were sequenced randomly from the NICU.
Those, no, those 159 represent the folks in our study who were sequenced in the entire study, a small number of NICU babies for which we did not find any diagnostic cause. And so all of those findings were what I'm calling unanticipated findings. They were not the answer to why they were in the NICU. They were mostly healthy babies who had nothing wrong with them. So 159 babies, 11% unanticipated monogenic risk discoveries.
Okay, thank you. One more quick question, sorry. 150 years ago when I was starting out in genetics, the estimates were that we all carried 5 to 7 recessive genes. Is that being held out with genomics?
Yes, we had a slide that we didn't show, and other people have done even larger numbers that showed that on average, people had about 2 and the babies had between 1 and 8 recessive carriers.
Thank you.
Scott Gross.
Thank you. For Dr. Green, I think the biotinidase deficiency case that was identified indicates some of the ambiguity. The clinical diagnosis and public health criteria may not align. I believe that was a partial biotinidase deficiency case, and many states do not consider that to meet the newborn screening criteria. Would you care to respond?
You're absolutely right. We wrote an entire paper on that one case because it was picked up by newborn screening. Then newborn screening was repeated. That was normal. We picked up the mutations through that circumstance. We called in an expert and got enzyme levels that were like 40% of normal. Nobody knew, including the expert, whether 40% of normal was going to cause some IQ points or something else. Baby got started on a vitamin, biotin, and of course is doing well. Might have been doing well without any intervention whatsoever. Hard to tell. But that just really brings home how difficult this is. I can tell you, and we haven't claimed credit for solving that baby. We've been honest every step of the way that that baby might have done well anyway. Family totally understands that, but they're very grateful to know what they know.
Max Münke.
I'm Max Münke. I am the org representative for ACMG, and I have a question for both Dr. Spurk and Dr. Green. So I haven't started 150 years ago, but I've been in genetics for a long time. And I think the part that always has fascinated me was the part, how do we counsel families for recurrence risk? And it kind of, without wanting to pour salt in the wounds of, is it a diagnosis or is it something else? And actually, I enjoyed it tremendously, might I say. And most of all, I want to say I've enjoyed those talks tremendously. I have learned from studying holoprosencephaly with the very first patient that I saw at Children's Hospital in Philadelphia in 1986, that there's an extreme variability within the same family with the identical mutation or variant, however we want to call it there. And so I wonder, is there anything that you have learned from your studies, published, unpublished, from these or other studies, where you feel that eventually we will make a little better we may become a little bit better predictors for predicting outcome in a planned pregnancy, even if there is a certain base pair change there that in another sibling goes together with a severe birth defect?
Robert?
Dr. Munke, it's a privilege to hear your question, and I don't know the answer, but I do think that we are changing from a world, and as all you know, that we're changing from a world in which we rigorously see monogenic and polygenic for common to a world where there's a spectrum, and almost everything that's monogenic has mediating factors that imply expressivity and penetrance along the way. So it's really complicated, and that's why I think it's one of the reasons why I think a risk factor modeling and mental model is better, because we're gradually going to better understand not only the other genetic factors like polygenic on top of monogenic, for example, which there's strong evidence suggests that you're carrying the exact same monogenic variant. Your polygenic profile underneath that can put you at higher risk or lower risk than the average. But also, post a translational modification, metabolomics, the whole big data buzzsaw that we hear all the time will gradually give us insight into nuances. And as we do so, ironically, I think it will be more complicated, but it will allow us to place genomics back in the day-to-day practice of medicine, because there we will be dealing with probabilities like we are with everything else, heart disease, diabetes, subsequent follow-up. And it should be material that all doctors are welcoming within their practice, rather than this walled off city of overly sensitized information that gets claimed as our sandbox alone, and then somehow doesn't get easily integrated into the day-to-day practice of medicine.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Robert about the oversimplification of Mendelian versus polygenic, and I've talked about that for a long time. And the fact of the matter is, we define pathogenicity for a Mendelian disorder with a particular inheritance pattern, but there's a huge amount of variation in sort of the other factors that may define penetrance and expressivity. Until we have that understanding of all of the other genetic and non-genetic factors that we can pull into the sort of grand risk predictor, I think we are stuck in a Mendelian versus polygenic mindset. So that when we find a Mendelian variant that is pathogenic or two in a patient that would be indicative of a genetic condition, then that's what compels us to act. And obviously, if we have better tools and better ways of refining risk prediction, particularly when we find them in asymptomatic people, that's just going to better serve to guide what we do for those patients. So I think that's the vision. There's just a huge amount of research that has to be done to really understand all of the modifiers. I think that's probably going to be the hardest task of the next few decades.
May, do you have one quick question or comment?
Trying to be quick. One thing I want just follow up with the previously question for Dr. Kingsmore, and I agree with you. I think that just leading me to say we have to think about clinical utility, because we could, in a situation, have a single gene but have a multiple, very many mutations. For example, CFTR2, which is right now newborn screening programs several newborn screening programs do use next-gen sequencing to do this second tier. So I do have a question for Dr. Berg. That when you, in your end presentation, you talk about sequencing at the newborn screen period time, some information used, some maybe over the time span. I think I just want to ask from different angle, because according to Dr. Kingsmore, talk about the price getting lower and lower. And I just thinking the quality and the technology getting better. So one hand, you storage the information maybe not perfect. And also, can you imagine, again, I use this throughput, the population base, California, 500,000 a year, how many years you're gonna storage them, right? And on the other hand, you can just do again when you need it. So could you comment on that?
So are you basically saying that that one would return to the newborn blood spot to do sequencing over the years? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm talking about if I understand you correctly, because certain information can utilize at the newborn screen period time, but you have the raw data there over the time span and go back and reanalyze. So it's really is a cost effective, if I use the term correctly. It's just a sequencing again when you need it.
Right.
And
so the issue of whether it will be more cost effective to sequence once and reanalyze that data for the next 20 to 25 years, or 50 to 80 years if you sequence a newborn, versus whether you're going to sequence again and again and again. And I think Stephen is probably the world's expert on how sequencing technology has evolved over time. And I think he would probably agree that he would rather sequence using the most up-to-date machines rather than the Illumina machines from 10 years ago. And so I think we are going to be sequencing again. We're not going to be going back to the old stale data from 5 to 10 years ago that was generated on a whole genome platform that was, state of the art in 2015, but is not state of the art in 2020. And until that plateau happens, I think we will see people just sequencing again and not simply going back to the data from the sequencing test. Now, it may be efficient to go to the data first and look to see if you find something and then resequence, sure. But I don't think that that's necessarily the argument to say that all of this, should be based on a whole genome sequence that's done at birth, and that's the only time you're ever going to sequence that person. So from a cost standpoint, it may be a little bit of an oversimplification to just calculate the cost of one genome once. I think we're going to be sequencing many, many times. many tissues, right? There's going to be, and then there will be blood screening for somatic variation that happens in all sorts of things. So yeah, I actually think that we're going to look at a future where individuals have their genomes or parts of their genomes sequenced many times.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank our 4 speakers. Thank you so much for participating and sharing all the information with the committee. And finally, do any committee members have new business at this time? Give everyone a couple seconds to raise your hand if you have anything. Sean, I see you waving your hand. No.
I was just waving at Stephen.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't see anything. So thank you all for participating in today's advisory committee meeting. The next meeting will be a webinar and is scheduled for February 11th and 12th of 2021. And unless there's any other comments, I will adjourn this December meeting. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone. Stay healthy. Hopefully
Thanks for
get your
having us. Bye,
vaccine
everybody.
soon. Bye-bye.
Great meeting. Thank you, Dr.
Bye.
Hall.
Thank you. Good job. Bye.
Great meeting.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Dr. Green.
Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.